Hi, everyone, and welcome to another lifting show. Today, we're actually not in our home. We are still on the East Coast right now, and we have another week or so left to visit, do a few things, and see some more family. And so, Chris always enjoys taking this time on our trips and adding in clippets and adding in experiences and adding in different things. A lot of times for the purposes of showing people what it's like to be psychic and have the skills where you're seeing so much more than a regular person. And what does that actually mean? And what does that look like? And what maybe do you have to deal with that others who are on a regular vacation don't actually have to deal with? So he likes to share these moments with you. He also loves to do the ghost box and do different things to see if any other information, interesting information comes up. So Chris actually named this Sailing into Uncharted but Familiar Waters is the title of this episode. So this was an important break for us. There was family members that we haven't seen in so many years that we needed to see, that some were related to health issues that are going on, and we needed to just know how are they doing and what can we do to support and be there for them as well. Other issues were, again, when you get together with family members that you haven't seen in a while, there may be healings of ideology of different things that need to occur if you haven't seen each other. So some of those healings were taking place, and also just some fun time. Many of you may not realize that during this time frame was actually what we consider our anniversary, that we actually were doing on our anniversary date something but some people would think would be just so simple and so trivial, but we love to walk on the beach. We love to collect shells. We love to do the simplicity of things like that. And Chris then likes to take, and he will use what we have collected in some of the products and some of the things that he makes, because we feel that that ocean energy and the shells and the sands bring such good energy to things. So again, we're not quite done. We're going to be heading back now in towards Florida to visit more family before heading back. But this lifting episode is going to apparently have a lot of clippets in there, some that I've never seen, that Chris has been collecting over a period of time. And it's very interesting because, again, it's not that we haven't walked on the grounds that we have walked, but it has been actually many years. And so there have been changes. Our knowledge level has changed as well. Your perception levels have changed. And so it's an interesting dynamic to go to different places, because you will run across potentially different things and have to learn a little bit more about what's around. And again, protecting energies and protecting things from bothering you. For those people that are psychic, it's a pretty much a daily event that they are going to, be seeing more and having to deal more than a lot of people. So anything you want to say as far as the opening?
Mm-hmm. Also, you'll see some things clips I'm gonna add in there that I did about the fragment of a past life I had, as Jose Gaspar. Sadly, we cannot go to Port Charlotte because it was decimated by Hurricane Ian. It's not safe to go there at this particular moment in time. We recorded this on 10/8/22. That originally I was going to go to his death site because that was a past life of mine. Walking over the grounds resolves certain karmic energy, like it did for me in Japan at the Temple of the 47 Ronin. Same difference. Like I said in those videos, at some point we will get to do that. It's not going to be this trip because they have to do some repairs there. So that was where Ian made landfall. ironically enough, the one place we were going to go towards the end of this trip, we can't get to. We can only do northern Florida there. So on the way out. So if anything else is important, of course, you'll see it added to the end of this show as well. Or if something surfaces about that, it will be said in one of the clips at some point in this when I'm doing the editing. So that's if you want to do an affirmation and blessing, we can actually head into the clips.
Sure. So welcome and thank you for those who are joining, who are curious about the things that we're run into while we were on this trip. We send great love, great blessings. We wish for everyone's highest good, and know that part of the adventure of life is sailing seas that at times will be calm, at times will be choppy, but that's the adventure of it all. And so being able to, with as much grace and ease, go through the adventures of life and again, find your moments of joy and happiness along with your moments of potential challenge. That's kind of what we're partly here to do, to be able to resolve issues that have come up, to be able to be supportive of others, and to be able to be true to yourself and the things that you like. And within this vacation, all of that has been done. So we wish you great peace and joy. And I guess you'll be now turning it over.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to the clips. And we will also have an ending on this after the clips have concluded. So enjoy.
Okay, before we go on vacation here, I want to show people something. Yes, this place is a mess here. This is some of my workstation. And in here, it's bare bones at the moment. And this is where all the stones and powders and stuff are kept here. Molds, all of it. This is some blessing oil made by a friend of ours named April. And before we go on vacation, I'm going to use some of it and show you what to do in case you want to bless your property. You can contact her on Facebook and Etsy. I will put the information in the description below as to where to contact her. So I will take this outside now. This is, I put this on the ground here. I gotta use gloves when using this. That's important too. So, okay, I'm putting that on this part of the driveway in front of the garage door here. Okay, and I'm blessing this to protect the home while we are gone. And also I would recommend in front of your front door as well. I use the driveway a lot. Alright. And this. I do this on Interstellar Council days as well. You'll see the old stains that are here on the driveway. Here. Some of these older ones. And over here. And up to here. The white is some amber that I was shaking a little bag of it out, but it still helps on the property with the amber powder. But see, all the way up until the front door. So I want people to see all this. Now, it doesn't seem like it looks good, but sometimes you have to do things that don't exactly look good to be able to protect the property. I am also showing you, see this stump that's right here? This is where I put salt and see all these selenite shards and everything. I normally put salt on the corners of the driveway on either side, but it's gone because of the rainstorm recently. But also these rock domes, I put this on top of here too. So, do this before Interstellar Council. I do this before our shows. The salt here, that little salt mound that's left, I do this. I do this, and then that's actually been helping that stay longer. So I also have in the backyard, I will show people this. Okay, backyard. It's bare bones again because I brought all my crystals in. We're going on vacation. But this is part of the communication arc right here. Fairy statue, skull, high frequency activator, communication arc, and the one over there on the other side with that pyramid, and Isaac's is over there. So this is what I do with this. Is this. I'm also continuing to bless this property while we're gone. These rock dolems symbolize communication, but they also symbolize that if you see somebody pile those up, it's not only a property blessing, but it's not only a property blessing, it is a symbol of like somebody of enlightenment is there. Somebody that has knowledge is there. And it's also protection against ghosts, negative spirits, negative entities. Depends on which culture you look at, but it mainly comes from Celtic and also some Islander as well. I've seen it in Hawaii, I've seen it in Polynesian, I've seen it in Celtic world as well, and African. I've seen it all over the world. So this symbolizes that. And these flies love this oil for some reason. But I'm not going to put it everywhere today because I've had it back here and here. And over there, there's still some remainder of salt. That's been there for like a year. I put piles of salt over here, oil over by these windows. This window tends to get some infiltration from time to time. And over on the other side here, to the side of our house, and you can see I have shungite nuggets all over this place too. Over here, I usually put salt water. It gets rid of the weeds, but at the same time, after I cleanse my crystal, I throw the salt water over here by our bed window. But I usually have salt everywhere. It's just we recently had a rain, so I couldn't show it all. I have another video where I showed the barriers when they were all intact. So when I locate that one, I'll couple it with this as well. Well, not with this specific one, but that'll be on our subscription, showing different salt barriers and everything. This will be with our trip videos. So I'm going to leave that here. It is 9:02 a.m. on Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Thank you. I also want to point out that the elementals wanted this tree this way so they could jump around in it and hide in it. That's why Isaac's edifice is in the shade and the other one is in the sun. The Scrumpies is over there. This is why I have this way, because these tree fae wanted it like this. This is why all the bugs tend to hang out over here too. And of course over here, where we have the grass coming up, but this is where a lot of the tree fae, and this is where a lot of the galactics come in when they come in. So I wanted to point this out to people. Like for Interstellar Council, any of the recordings, we do all of it. So I wanted to point that out. They wanted it to stay hidden, and they wanted it like a jungle-like. What somebody does to it after we leave is up to them, but they didn't want me to cut that. They didn't want us to cut that. They wanted it all hidden over here. And the orgone piece is tightly knit near the tree. And Scrumpy wanted his over here. And Ben Orkfoil would come through this tree. But they all seem to favor this one. He wanted this one to get a clear view of that gate. And Isaac wanted a clear view of this gate over here. And all together, they create, along with this, like I showed before, communications arc. With this skull aimed towards the house. That any being walking through here trips the alarm, and I'll sense them immediately. They usually come from this direction or over that way, but I bless the sides of the house already. But this stone is the one that the Japanese elementals came through in that recording we did many moons ago. So I got from Nikko Temple. So this, I'll leave you here. I'll add this to our vacation videos, but I just wanted to point that out in the process. So before we leave, it is 9:33 a.m. Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Thank you. I want to point something else out before we go, that there is a complete lack of birds here. That could be weather patterns, pressure systems, things of that nature. But normally that means something's afoot, and we've had to take care of some stuff this morning. that's some negative stuff this morning. So this is slightly annoying. The past couple days, some negative stuff went down and the birds didn't want to come back. Hopefully that changes when we come back. But as you can see, there's a bug up here. The tree fay like to hang on there, but I don't see any of them. I see bees. Well, that's a good sign. They're approaching the shungite nuggets. But as far as birds, no. Birds are an indicator, like if they panic or something and leave, or panic and in any way, that usually means something's around there spooked, like a predator or an entity of some kind. Well, I mean, normal predator too, like cats and dogs and stuff, and birds, like predatory birds like hawks. But not even a hawk sign this morning for anything. It's just silent. I take that as a sign that might be coming with us, the good. But nothing. So this is just before we're getting ready to head out. But I wanted to point that out. So it is 9:51 a.m. Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Thank you. See, the lizards are out, but not the birds. So this is all right. The little animals are out. See? There you go. That's a baby one too. Okay. So it seems all is starting to be well, but the energies are still, it's constant downloads, constant all of this. So it's obviously a distraction. I'll say that we won't be distracted on the way out the door today, and no more downloads will happen outside of this home. Zero, unless I personally approve it, and I deny it as of this moment in time as we're leaving. So I say this as of this moment in time, 9:57 a.m. Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Thank you.
Attendants are not going to be able to come through the cabin at this time due to the bumpy weather. So we're going to try the honor system. If everybody could please make sure your seatbelts are securely fastened. Your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked position. If you're seated next to someone that's sleeping, give them a little tug on the shoulder, have them raise their seat up. Please place any trash in that seat back pocket in front of you. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened. Seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright and locked position. All electronic devices stowed. We'll be landing shortly. Thank you.
Okay, one thing is, here we're in St. Augustine now, and we're going to do the tours today. We're going to try doing that today of St. Augustine before we meet someone later on. And this is actually quite interesting. Some of the synchronicities that have popped up in myself were like my own internal armor. My own, I have this suit of armor. It's very similar in the Power Ranger movie. Yeah, I know, but they had a bit of disclosure about the armor, where Bryan Cranston's character Zordon kept saying that it pops up automatically. It's just a thing, you just kind of manifest it and kind of walk that path and it comes up. That's how you do manifestations. That's how I also do my armor. It's the same way. It's in the subconscious, where if it pops on, there's something going on. And I felt it in my mind doing this. So obviously something interesting is going to occur, but I have to keep eyes open. But we got here about 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and it is now a little after 10, about 10:06 here. But this is something we're going to do today. We're going to go around St. Augustine. So this will be added to our vacation video. It is 10:06. Oh, I also visualized like I was actually instructing someone through it, like I was instructing someone through killing a demon, and then showing them how to put armor up. And then I've noticed that was my own subconscious and soul and Torankal saying armor. So armor up. So I'll leave it there. No need to go into anything else there. So it is 10:06 a.m. Monday, September 10:07 a.m. Monday, September 26, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we are here in St. Augustine. Like I said before, we're at our hotel room and put the usual armaments up. And these are slightly more powerful than the ones I've had before. These orgone pieces, slightly overpowering, but it's more like how wind and water can be fine, but then if it hits you a little hard, it can knock you around a little bit. This is kind of like a surf, but this is what's needed here. It's the oldest city in the United States, and we're getting ready to go on the tours. This is out our window here. Not really too much to look at the moment, but I'll be recording on our tours as well, so I just wanted to let everybody see that. So it is 10:25 a.m. Monday, September 26, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we are in St. Augustine at a cemetery near the fort over here. And picked a spot over here by this old rusty grave site here. And it's fairly heavy. And got an obelisk over towards the back end here. It's heavier the further you get over that way. And it's like a very dense, harder to breathe type of air. Some of the humidity's doing it too, but this area is pretty dense. So we're not going to hang out very long. I am, however, going to do the usual ghost box. So
Xbox. Scanning. SM.
who do we have here?
Joining me.
Your office now.
He is
Right turn. Room with it. Developer.
I'm hearing several of you. Who's all here?
Well, you.
in boost.
Out here in the
Okay, do we have any ghosts or non-humans here?
that he had.
Oh, hey man, I just heard somebody say, hey man. Who was that?
You know, is 55.
Okay, ET presence. Is there any extraterrestrial presence or AI presence here? Or soul trap presence? I think I heard an FU in there, but okay. Last chance for anybody to speak on here before I shut this off. All right, thank you. Now shutting off, ending this Ghost Box session as of right now. Thank you. Okay, we are here at Castillo de San Marcos, the fort over here on the top level, or next to the top level. And I figured this was a good spot to do a Ghost Box session about here by the moat here, or what was the moat. Okay, here you go. All right, here we are. I'll turn this on. Only gonna go a few minutes though.
S-Box. Scanning. SM.
Who do we have here with us? Any former soldiers or invaders? Did you say watch out?
Sounds like.
What type of activity here do we have? Time fracture, alien, ghost, spirit, AI. What do we have here? Also, as with every haunted site we go to, Isaac, I know you're around. You can say whatever you want. And what do you think about the oncoming storm that's coming, Hurricane Ian, that's hitting Tampa? Okay, Gotta restrict these to 5 minutes and under for these sessions because of the incurring energies that could attach to the device, follow us home, or could just disturb too much on these sites. Remember that if you're using a ghost box. So I will conclude this ghost box session for this location. Thank you. Okay, we're in the fort again, further in, and we went past a prison window. We went past a prison door down underneath. Joanna didn't want me doing a recording there, so I'll do one of these here for a minute or two. What is down in that prison? That is the main question for this ghost box session. And also, did Isaac say lick me a little bit ago on here?
S-Box. Scanning. FM.
There's a hat. All of a sudden.
Parties? Penalty bill.
Okay, I'm limiting this ghost box session, so thank you. I'm ending this particular ghost box session for this site. Thank you very much. Okay, we are at Ponce de Leon's Fountain of Youth. I've seen the film of the Fountain of Youth, but this ain't it. It was the other one that I was filming. So, I would do a short ghost box session here.
S-Box. Scanning. FM.
Who do we have here, please?
American Planet Book.
Did you just say turn it off? I will in just a moment, but what about thoughts about Ponce de Leon, and what else do we have here that is also positive, or ET, or spirit, or dimensional, or
Big job.
Okay, I'm hearing a garble of you. One last statement from Isaac, and we will end this today for this site.
You are welcome. It is remember.
All right. Thank you. All right, I will do one. This is actually quite an interesting place. I believe the fountain is actually an Agarthan water source myself, but this is actually quite interesting. We drank some of that in there. It's very minerally, but I believe the original one he found in Bimini had something to do with Atlantis. They said Ponce de Leon found one in Bimini, and it was supposed to be in Bimini, but he came here to St. Augustine instead, miscalculating, came here. This is the oldest city, but I believe it has something to do with Atlantis. That's my feeling. But because the Bimini Road, as Edgar Casey said, is in Bimini, so or the underwater road to Atlantis is in Bimini. So I will record more later. It is. Let me get this to work. This doesn't want to function today. Okay, it's 3:25 p.m. on Monday, September 26, 2022. Thank you. There's one thing I did forget with the ghost box, and this is the Timucua burial ground, or Timucua burial ground. So no disrespect to the natives here. I'm going to do this one more time, and I got to make it quick. So the questions are, or the question is, who is truly buried here? What was Ponce de Leon's involvement in this, and what are the feelings behind all of this, and were there ET involvements here, or Orion, or reptilian involvement? So I will turn this on.
S-Box. Scanning. FM.
Seems to turn us out. Hold on.
Scanning. FM.
There we go.
I had. Oh, wow.
And the Spanish involvement here as well. One final question. What was the attachment that attacked me on the tours?
Accessories.
Or the bad thing, rather?
Do you like?
Alright, I'm going to respect this location and not do this any further. You do too much and you can stir too much up. So, thank you. Ending Ghost Box session for Ponce de Leon's Fountain of Youth right now. Thank you. Okay, we got back from the Fountain of Youth and also the tours. Now I'm going to put the tours in a separate video. There's just too many of them, and most of you will probably just skip past it anyway if it's put in the show video here, so I'm not going to bother. But what was interesting enough, on one of the streets I could feel a strange feeling out there, and there was something obviously out there that was throwing attachments on people. You know, I managed to block it and divert it and get rid of it, but this This is something that's very, it's not that uncommon in haunted areas. Even ghost figures that have merged with other creatures and such will start picking attachments off themselves and throwing them at people, just like the entities would, just like the Drock in Babylon 5 would, throwing attachments on people and controlling their behavior. You know that part. But watch that for more reference. But with this, it was essentially the same. It was only one area. Everything else seemed, there were heavier parts like the, around Ponce de Leon's Fountain of Youth, the owl statue that was out there, things of that nature. Granted, in other areas, when I see an owl, that usually means Molag had territory at some instance, but I don't believe this is true with this one, at least not yet. Owl was his symbol, just like the cow was Baal's symbol. But with this one, he may or may not have. There was a lot of negative energy in that area. He could have very well caused negative energy. That's maybe what I'm feeling in association with the owl. That's a strong possibility, but there was a lot of death out there too. So, a lot of death in this area. So, yeah, it floats around like icebergs all over the place. Patches of lower and medium and not relatively high, but it's been relatively calm the whole time. We haven't had any issues in the room so far. Have the orgone pieces out. So, I'll report more when I know more, and I'll just do this show like I did the Vegas one. The Viva Las Vegas one. So, it is 4:24 p.m. Monday, September 26th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, many of you will be curious on this to know about the hurricane situation. We're not really in any danger zone or anything like that while we've been here in St. Augustine, and we're going to move up to Virginia. We had to switch some plans around because Tampa's going to get hit here in a bit. But many of you probably are going to ask me the question about weather control. I've seen it several times in Q&A, and I did mention it in other videos that I'll post about people's houses just individually being singled out, all this other stuff. And sometimes energy fields can do that, but then I said sometimes do weaponry can do that to promote a religious belief, because some people think, oh, God saved their house, or spirit can do it too, the same difference. But in this, Katrina, I remember, kind of pelted the Gulf of Mexico for a while, and just kind of sat there for a little bit. But you can stop a hurricane to make it do that and just kind of spin for a little bit. That's how what they do with the weather controls. They make a waypoint with the crosshairs, and they can move it. They build the ions up, and then they can move it. And it's like the frequency deal, where you take frequency here, and then you move it here, and then it goes to a place. That's essentially how they do it with the ions. It's the same trick. So, like how some of the alien craft and stuff move. But you can also create one by building ions up. That's easier to move something that's already there. That's why Florida looks the way it does, because it's been hit so many times over the past few centuries. So, that stuff was there before weather control, folks. But this is, I'm not too certain if this is or not, unless there was something one cabal family was trying to aim at another. See, they sometimes will pick pot shots at each other with weather events, and create other false flags against each other, and do crap in the news like that. So, yeah. So time will tell whether this is or not. I'll try to figure out if it is. So I'll leave this here. It is 4:49 p.m. Monday, September 26, 2022. Thank you. Okay, had something creepy last night here in this room. When we were, I believe we're at a, I can't remember the name of the hotel we're at, but the last night I was laying in bed and there was this figure over by this picture that was coming through. He didn't come through the wall. I think he came around the corner, or he or she, I'm not sure. Came around the corner and basically said, I'm right behind you. And it was actually kind of creepy. Even though I thought, as I was going to sleep last night, or as we were coming in the room, there was some telepathic chatter here. This could be alien related too, but I'm actually not certain for once. this could have been an entity. This could have been an alien, a human-like alien, but or a gray for all I know. But I remember swinging at it at one point after I snapped out of it, and not being able to move right. It wasn't like a paralysis. It was more like I couldn't speak correctly. I could move, but I couldn't. I could kind of worm around the bed a little bit. So I guess it was kind of a paralysis field that wasn't quite working. But this, I remember going over to Joanna. I remember hearing her say something, but it was obviously this being doing it. And this, I remember snapping out of it. And then responding to Joanna, she was saying, "What?" And that I thought she had actually said something. So it was obviously this being doing it, but this obviously somebody detected my psionic field while we were here. This could have been anywhere from ghostly to alien here, because this seems to be a port in and out for a lot of paranormal activity and supernatural and UFO and alien activities here. So in St. Augustine, this is that's interesting. Whoever this was standing next to the bed, and I remember afterwards a being laughing at me in my head, just going hoo 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 hoo, and I remember cutting its head off and doing my usual thing, putting a net over it and just saying nothing net uncreate you, and then I do that whole thing. Like I do for attachments and everything. So this is actually, to me, it's fascinating, but in the middle of the night, like at 1 a.m, it's sometimes creepy. But I've gotten mostly over the creepy part. It's become more of a, not necessarily fascination when you're being attacked, but it's not as like if there was a gray standing there, I'd chase him out of here. I wouldn't be afraid of him. But with this, I just don't like the weird detached. It felt like detached, and then where I was kind of worming my way around the bed here, and it was kind of laughing that whole time. But yeah, the most I saw of it was like a shadowy figure with, I could see the smile. That's about it. But obviously I knew it was male, but that's about it. And about probably a little under my height, probably 6 feet. So I don't know of a gray that's that tall, but I know 8 feet ones that are more assassination bots. But this guy, no, this was like a regular guy with a strong telepathic field or bilocative capability. So could be military, could be alien, could be paranormal, supernatural, any of them. So I wasn't actually certain with this one. So it could be dimensional. But obviously whoever it was used the door. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'll do a little ghost box thing before we leave here. And put that question to the test. But I'll leave this video here. It is 9:01 a.m. We're heading to Myrtle Beach next and Virginia Beach. So it's 9:01 a.m. Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we're leaving our hotel here in St. Augustine. So, not much to look at out there except the pool. But I'm going to do the ghost box session before we leave. So I'll only do it about a minute or so, but I'll just do the questions before I turn it on. So this is the area where he was standing, came around from the door here. And obviously you can see there's mirrors, and there was the TV screen and this other mirror. So could have very well used any number of these as well come in. So if it was more dimensional. Also Draco will use those as well. So, and grays and such. So, well, I'll ask who this being was and what they were doing, and was it associated with the telepathic activity before I fell asleep, or as before we were coming in the room. I believe it was more or less starting in the elevator on the way in from dinner last night. So I will start this. Try not to make it that loud.
S-box. Scanning. FM.
you have a minute?
Did I just hear somebody say you missed? Meaning when I went to swing at you?
Chevrolet. Let's go.
Alright, it's coming up on about a couple minutes here, so Isaac, any final words? Alright, this is concluding or closing the circle for this Ghost Box session today at the hotel. I can't remember the name. Joanna, what's the name of the hotel?
DoubleTree.
DoubleTree. Okay, in St. Augustine. Okay. Thank you. One thing I'll add is before I start to do the recording, this started to vibrate like a phone. These are not capable of doing this. So I want to add this. This is, anybody can see this. This is what this device is. And these are not capable of that. And it was off. So I just wanted to add that little nugget of information in there. Before we left, it is 9:14 a.m. Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, weird night. Kind of restless, but at the same time, not so much. A bit different, you know, after we walked the beach last night. But here, in the hotel room, had some weird bleed-throughs coming from different places. Things watching, I felt like mirror watching. And, there was a lot of eyes on us. There was see, as I'm starting to talk, doing shit. So, what I'm about to say in a little bit. There were eyes from bleed-throughs from other dimensional layers. Of course, that's because Halloween's coming up at the time of this recording, about a month out from the time of this recording. But, and you get bleed-throughs from other timelines, multiverse madness, that whole bit. And you also have bleed-throughs from never-wers, which are collapsing, or already collapsed universes that have echoes. That's what are collapsed timelines. That's what was in Doctor Who, one time where the timeline got altered, and the timeline was being erased, so the universe was being erased. And they were going through seeing like Daleks and Roman soldiers and other aliens and such encased in this like Pompeii type style encasement. And they were going, what's wrong with them? Oh, they're the remnants of a never-were, meaning a timeline that was that never existed, but there were, because it had been deleted, but they're bits and pieces of it, fragments. And you get that in the Mandela effect as well, where you get bits and pieces of other timelines and such, and you get bleed-throughs from other universes and such as well. Halloween is good for that, or the Samhain or Samhain time frame is good for that. But we're getting bits of that here, more so than there. And then also that leads me to Hurricane Ian. So probably, I believe this is the false flag that Viking was mentioning. he felt was coming. There was political. This is also political. What exists in Florida? DeSantis and Trump. So, yeah. Even though we've already said that all these major players are part of the narrative, they still, Trump did do things to speed up some of the cabal narrative and throw off things they were doing. He's a rival family. So what did they do? They punish him with January 6th and Mar-a-Lago. So what's on the other side of Florida? Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. So still we'll get the storms out there, but what is Florida? That is DeSantis' state. Where is everybody heading to from all the woke states? I hate using that word, but I gotta use it to be able to tell you. The blue states, we'll just say, or myopically run areas, red or blue. Where are they going? Florida. So, remember what I said? Actually, you won't know this by the time this is recorded, but I said it in a different one, that I felt Florida was a trap. And this was based on a past life of me as Nelson Miles, the one that captured Geronimo and sent him off to Florida. Then he got sent off to, I believe, Arkansas for a reservation. And that's where he died. But with this, I was dealing with a past life thing, so I figured, oh, no, Florida's a trap. But not necessarily this time. Think about it this way. You have all the people that are going into one place. What would be the biggest ding to show your state is unsafe? Category 5 hurricane. The one that has not hit the Tampa area in over 100 years. This is weather control, people. This is no different than Texas in 2021 being hit with the blizzard. This was weather this is weather control that was being sent via right near us there in Arizona, Prescott Valley. There was this weird -10 freeze that hit there, and then on its way to Texas, where that was a giant blizzard that was there at the beginning of the year. This is no different. This is the same identical technology. This is the same, all of it. And they use weather control and fling it at each other. These cabal families do, as basically one-upping each other. I believe this was the false flag that Viking was referring to, or knowing that it was a false flag coming. I believe this is it, amongst all these other things that are going on politically. With the election, all this other stuff. But this would basically show, oh no, his state is so unsafe. Look what's going on. That's just basically from what DeSantis did by sending the migrants up to Martha's Vineyard. What happens? You have Ian. So this is a tit for tat. Not that I'm saying every person is part of this narrative, but you get higher up than it is. This is basically that narrative. And also, weird energies coming out of this area. Like I said, weird bleed-throughs. It's like that hurricane is tearing through dimensional layers. It's so big. And you can feel the ions coming from that. You feel the ocean. I feel more recharged by the ocean. But of course, as we're coming out here, another big false flag is hitting. And I'm not saying that people don't get hurt and lose their property in false flags. That is absolutely true. Yes, they do. And of course, you have people on the Weather Channel, my mother always complains about, because they are getting people to co-create this thing larger. Oh my god, this thing is so dangerous. Yeah, now it is. It was a 2 before. So, now that you're basically revving up the hype, that's also part of it. It's not saying that these people are intentionally doing this, they're just doing their job. But I'm just saying that you gotta tone it back a little bit and say everything's gonna be alright. Just make sure to get to a safe area. Don't go, oh my god, this is the worst thing we've seen in 100 years, and it revs up everybody and they co-create it and they all go, yeah, this is the worst thing we've seen in 100 years, and guess what, it is. So, co-creation. Granted they're doing their job by measuring it, but the hype level is way up. But yeah, I won't name names, but some of the weathercasters have been rather dramatic about it, like Cantori and the rest of them. So yeah, and a couple others I don't remember the name of. But anyhow, but yeah, this is how this is. And plus, in our room we have an unguarded mirror and an unguarded television. We had this in St. Augustine, but there really wasn't that much of an issue. This one has things that look at us through it. I know military have been watching us, mirror have been watching us, bleed throughs from other dimensional layers have been watching us, ghosts have been watching us since we've been here. And you would expect St. Augustine to have been that. Oh, yeah, I detect some things there. Did I get attacked a little there? Yeah. This is different. This is like, watch. And I know they were mad. I know they were mad about, that's why they were messing with my throat about the thing that I said about DeSantis Mar-a-Lago in Florida being hit in a false flag attack. And now it's how it's legit. Like when they're going and grabbing the vocal cords like that. So it was just, that's where my intuition was leading it. And I know we said we wouldn't work while we were vacationing, but this is worth mentioning, and this will be in the show that we are editing together. And I could feel some of this ionic disturbance build and dimensional stuff build while I was in here, because the whole night my nose and nose was itching, this gland was swollen, and it's usually an indicator something bad's around. It's a Geiger counter, so I'm still feeling the residual of that. It was more like a flip-flop type of night. So I'll keep recording these as I see fit to report on the information. Yeah, but as I said, what would a hurricane like that's a weapon, pure and simple. Yeah, the natural ones do hit that area. They've had for thousands of years, but not one like that. And even 100 years ago, the Cabal had something. They had aliens helping them out. So yeah, so there would be some flinging these things back and forth, or doing some one-upping even back then. And then when the weather control came about with Tesla inventing it, the weather control we know versus the ones the alien were using then. Of course, there's going to be volleying this crap back and forth, politically and physically. So I will leave that here. It is 9:39 a.m. Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. No, it's also my grandfather's birthday. My father's was yesterday. So it is 9:39 a.m. Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. Thank you. I do want to add that you can become used to any attack, anything. People always say, I'm not getting attacked because, it's not debilitating. Well, my brain chemistry has become almost used to it. It's happened so often. So you can adapt with willpower, with energetics, and with just pure genetic adaptation and energetic adaptation. So I just want to add that as more of a disclaimer. I'm out here on the balcony, cleaned off my phone, had some computer issues this morning trying to transfer these off. I brought my laptop. Typical, putting up banners in my face all by itself, and messing with me all by itself, because I know there's military doing that. So that too is a form of attacking when you run into issues like that. I know it's loud here, that's why I'm so close, but I know it's very loud. That's why. Down here, and here. So I'll leave it here. It is 9:58 a.m. Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. Thank you. Yeah. No, they're fat.
Look at the hole with the mouth. It was just the mouth up.
Yeah.
It was funny.
That was it. That was worth the money. That was worth the money.
Don't have anything, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I want to point out I made some notes earlier about a tornado that was on the other side of the state from the hurricane, and I'm thinking that's part of the weather control. Can't be certain, but I'm thinking it's part of it because they were trying to get people on the other side of the state with a little bit of chaos. That's my theory, or a side effect of the weather control where it leaches over. And that can happen. So I wanted to point that out. Hopefully people can hear me this close. It's fairly loud out here. So I'll leave it here. But that's just a theory. So it is 5:39 p.m. Wednesday, September 28th. It is in Eastern Standard Time, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we got here to Virginia Beach. Haven't had any communications so far from anything, hardly. Except bad guys attacking us on the way here, calling me names, stuff like that. And we passed the Dismal Swamp on the way here. That's Face Eater territory. Thankfully none from them that I know of. Sometimes you don't always know until you get hit. It's just like when we were in Nightdale and I told you I sensed those negative entities showing up and those hawks quickly were squawking at me and pointed them out to me. And they were at me. And they were in the neighborhood. I believe I said this on Conspiracy Sector, where, in the fact that when I shooed the entities away, they were following through the neighborhood so you could visually, scientifically track them. Well, here, we get here, and there's no window here in this hallway that I can show you, but I'll record it. Ian is doing its thing here. Joannis and Joseph explained to me also, is I was picking up the same thing where the effects would radiate outward. It is so windy out there you can't even stand. Hardly. I'm going to go on the beach later, collect sand, put some of my protection powder in the air, and that would probably be it. Hopefully it doesn't last the entire time we're here. Kill Devil Hills will be peaceful for us when we go there. But the only communications I had on the way back telepathically was, your brain is full, we will talk to you later. I have no idea who that was. So we'll figure it out. Maybe be at the house before we hear from anybody. So hopefully not. It's probably the Myrrh. Probably could be forest people. We passed a bunch of forested areas where I used to sense forest people. Sense none of them. They're probably in shelter too because it is windy as holy hell. I have not seen it this bad. So I just wanted to actually put that out there. So I'm going to end this recording here. I'll record the winds as well. So it is 4:28 p.m. Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this is what it looks like out here. Pretty angry, but all right. There's a Neptune statue down there. gave shungite offerings to the water. I didn't want to hold my phone at the same time. Took some sand, put pieces. Okay, we're getting out of here for the moment. It is 4:47 p.m. Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Thank you. This is what's following us. Yeah. That sand hurts. Okay, the Myrmidon actually made contact with us out here. The only time they don't want to give their name, they just call themselves Mr. Fish. This time the guy chose with a PH instead of an F, so he represented a whole group. Had lighter brown hair. Well, not light brown, but not dark like mine, but lighter than mine. Looked like Aquaman, but narrower face. Was more Caucasian features, had brown scale legs instead of green. Could be the change in seasons, too. How they look like they're wearing pants, but they're actually, those are scales. And then, he had the usual, trident, but it was a narrower one, like a thin one. Like, it was about maybe this big across, with his little tines that came around like this. And one shorter one in the middle. So, chose a small one. But they had a group with them, varying sizes, shapes. They all look kind of like Aquaman. So they were encouraging us to be out here. They were encouraging us to make contact at some point again, but it was about the extent of it. So, and also giving suggestions on the uses of the orgone pieces back home. And where to put shungite out here. So that's basically it. Today's rainy day here in Virginia Beach. Bit of Ian spilling over. So I'll leave this here for the moment. It is 9:50 a.m. Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you. Oh, hang on. It is 9:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to say this was so obvious weather control done by HARP, causing great devastation as a false flag, even though people are hurt and dead. This is like in Nebraska when they said, pray for Nebraska. This was another situation like that, like I said in a previous one. I think it's directly related with DeSantis and the immigrants, but also rival cabal families flinging storms at each other, causing false flags. Causing as much destruction as possible. This is where I'm at with this, because this is how it looks today outside, and this is the worst day. So one day out of all of it ain't bad. So it's pretty. The wind's pretty strong, as you saw in some of those other videos. But yeah. We're getting the aftershock of it. It's still a storm traveling north. It was a Category 1, now it's a tropical storm, as far as I know. So, yeah, this falls under weather control. And I thought it was snowing there for a minute, but the wind's so strong it's blowing the rain upward. So, and the droplets are kind of floating. So, yeah. So it won't be like that for long. That's basically the aftershock, or the outer aura of the storm. That's how strong and big it was. So, but I'm at the stage where I know it's weather control. And this, I believe, was the false flag that a Viking was mentioning on one of the previous interstellar councils. So that's where I'm at with this. So it is 9:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, the MER did specify to me that when I asked them if they could stop the storm, they said not if it's a weather control event. meaning since they're at war with the military, they can't interfere with what they're doing. They can kind of move stuff, but that's about it. Even though they could wipe it out in a second, the military would see that as an interference with their protocols and start striking at it. So even though you would think that that wouldn't end well for the military, they have almost equal armaments to that of the Myrmidon. So on the East Coast, we've talked about that war before, and stuff from my SSP history and everything out here. So yeah, that was what was specified to me. They can kind of calm it down little by little, but they can't. If they had stopped it in the blink of an eye, they would have gotten in huge, deep shit. And coming, when I argued and said, "Oh yeah, coming from a race that used to pull ships down with whirlpools in the end and cause squalls," in the same way. But no, it's not. It's more complicated with the galactic treaties. So it's little consolation to the people in Florida, but at the same time, that's how it is. So that's more galactic politics for you. So it is 10:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you. Here we go. That's what an angry sea looks like, everybody.
Yeah.
That's only today, as far as I know.
I think this, we're getting into what will be the worst of it here, which, see, you can still see the sand. When it really, of course, get bad, the water will be all the way up past all of that.
See if I can get a clear image of the window here. I would not try now. It's focusing on the droplets mostly, but you can see the angry ocean here. That's really ugly.
Which is really, and again, this isn't as bad as
it could be.
But you can feel its intimidation. I mean,
you can feel
my
feel the
gosh.
energy and the pressure from this
It's
big
like-
time. You can tell this was like weather controlled too, because it's like you can feel the pressure from it, and it's like
But I
pressure's
mean, yeah.
barometric pressure and all that off the chart. But yeah, there's no way in holy hell I'd go close to that right now. Yeah.
I don't think you've seen anything like that. This is your first time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, but you can see all the plants are moving, and you can see. I'm surprised those trees haven't busted, but they're pretty strong. But okay, I'll end this. It is 10:41 a.m. Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you. This is from the car. Okay, it is 10:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, September 30th, 2022. Thank you.
It's so funny.
Dear guest, your meal is ready. First, tray the butter right on into your meal. Be careful with it. Thank you. Bye.
On it?
It's just, oh yeah, now I can. Wow. That's rough. Guess you're not gonna go swimming.
It should. So
It's it's the it's the door. Yeah, that's making that noise. Yeah. That's.
I hope it's out of there soon, so.
Okay, I did pour some amber frankincense myrrh and my land clearing powder out here with the magnetite and all that in there. So, weather's clear today. I just left this here. The tide will eventually come back up here and grab that. So, it's nice and clear today, so we can walk around. Here it goes. There we go. There it goes. Good timing. Alright. So, everything's fine. Kind of battered everything today, but everything's okay. So, I'll end this here. We'll keep on walking. It is 10:08 a.m. Saturday, October 10:08 a.m. Eastern Standard Times, Saturday, October 1st, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this is the area where in the future I saw all the little Neptune statues along here about 140 years from now. Peaceful place. This is the place I was referring to. This is it right here. Whereas I saw those people along here, and Washington D.C. was a museum essentially and all that I mentioned before. This is the area that I bilocated to and saw those people. And it looked pretty much the same as what you're seeing, but more advanced and less of the tower. There were no towers or anything like that in that peaceful future. So this is what I wanted to show people where this was. So it's 10:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, October 1st, 2022. Thank you. All right, this particular area, this is the hotel we're staying at here, but today's a nicer day, but waiting for somebody here. But this is the area that I was telling everybody about, that when I was in the SSP in the female body, this would be the environment that I was in. The topography's changed a bit, I do see that, but inside of the shop would have been just a counter, a space, and an up to stair space. But this here, I feel though, is the area, or at least the street. And Atlantic here does go down quite a ways, but it was on the beach. The beach is past all the buildings over here, so it was beach access. It was store beach access, store street beach access, and this is the only street that I know of that is. It's also right here by the Neptune statue, right over in here, and I remember that was close as well. So couldn't have happened before, I believe it was 2005, because I believe that's when that was put up, but that's what the statue says. So roughly it would have had to have been between then and 2008. So right, because that statue was there during that time frame. That's why I recognized it. And this, you'll see like scatterings of ice cream places and custard places and stuff like that. But this is the this is basically the topography. We'll go down a little bit further here, Yeah, but I do remember the Neptune statue being like right close. So yeah, it's just shops like this. It was like you see how all these clothing ones and everything like that. These are kind of fly by night type of stores where they're here 1 minute and gone the next. They can restructure the inside very easily. So this would have had to have taken place between the years of 2005 and 2008. 8 was the when I was returned. So yeah, it would have had to have been just in that area you just saw. Those little shops were further back. Yeah, because it was within spitting distance of the Neptune statue. I thought the ocean was behind us, but my brain decoded it wrong. It was actually in front of us towards this way over here. So I had that wrong at that time. It was just like this, just like these environments here. It was no different, but like I said, the infrastructure's changed slightly since then. Even in the time her and I have been gone, it's changed in drastic ways in other areas. So you could easily restructure something like this. Easy, and nobody would pay it any mind because it happens all the time here. So and here we go again. See, more like this. It's just, who would notice something being changed? In my memories, the two ladies that ran the shop died, and my consciousness was taken back by the military that exists out here. So yeah, it's no different. If you guys want to get an idea, this would have had to have been on Atlantic, no question, because of the Neptune statue back that way. So as you can see, it's everywhere. So my brain may have decoded certain cardinal directions, but using the Neptune statue as a point of reference, it's very easy to discern where this was, even if it's not in existence any longer. And even a shop that we bought some Peruvian bowls and some of my antler pieces at, that shop's totally gone. We went past that area. So it shows how quickly some of these things can change. Very, very quickly, especially after 2020 when some of these things shut down. So, like I said, reference point statue went up in 2005. Would have had to happen between then and 8. So, in this part of the conversation here, but there was something. We've noticed some real weird AI activity here. That in Arizona, you get more of a pounding, like this weird, just constant abuse from the AI, and it's more like an Old West film or like film reel that you saw in the early 1900s. Black and white film that you see going through your head there from the AI. Very aggressive, very nasty AI that's there. Japan, it was more like subtle. You've been shanked, but you don't know for hours that you've been shanked. It's like this subtle, like just like very subtle, almost passive aggressively type there. It's like this, and you've been shanked and you didn't realize until more of those weird thoughts went through your head. Here, it's like you're on LSD. So
it's in color and it's cartoonish.
It's in color and it's cartoonish in your head, but at the same time, it's like this weird, like trip. That's really all I can describe as cartoonish and LSD-like, and that's what we've experienced here. You've noticed I haven't had to wear my hat here. Couldn't with the high winds. I will say that I couldn't wear that thing. I'd have lost it in the ocean days ago. But this particular area, I haven't had to wear it, despite the heavy military activity in the area. Joanna's theory was that they may have had more of an easygoing AI because they didn't want to hit the soldiers. They also didn't want people hyper aggressive against the soldiers in the area. They didn't want to cause a huge conflict in that area, which would be a first for them. But that's just seems how that's our theory, working theory with this AI the way it is here. If we know any more, we'll report it. But yeah, I'm having an easier go here. There may have been a few aggressive entities in the hotel where I felt this really horrible, hateful aggressiveness. That was telepathy. The AI in Arizona was more like boom, 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 boom. Like I said, Japan, they had a little bit of it, but it was more like you didn't know you were shanked. Arizona, you know you're being beat up. Here, it's just LSD cartoonish trip with more of an easy, peaceful, you couldn't, with the ocean and the salt, you can't have some of these entities that are around. You can't have ghouls, you can't have certain demonic entities. It's not possible for them to be near it. You get the crustacean kind that come from the ocean, the big spider-like crustacean kind, like the Hippomilchus of the Blair Witch mythology and everything. But this, yeah, it's very easy going here. It's actually easier for me to operate a little bit here, except during the storm, during that tempest, it was garbled. Even though better telepathy was coming through from the Myrmidon, too much of a good thing can be a bad thing, because it was like being in a blender. So it was like trying to communicate with a pilot during a storm, or a ship that is nearly capsizing. It's kind of was like that during some of those tropical storm winds after Ian. So it was a little rough, but the cloud cover and the rain did provide a more open telepathy. Had some really weird emotional moments of those. I was thinking ghostly, paranormal, entity, dimensional, ultra terrestrial type stuff too. So it's been a mixed bag, but it's not been as rough beat 'em up fest as Arizona or as Prescott Valley. Just saying that. Even with our orgone pieces around, we haven't had to use a whole lot. So the salt pieces are almost meaningless next to the ocean because it's all salt. So that's just what I wanted to bring up there. It's been really interesting. So it's 11. Well, we'll report more as we go along further. It's 11:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, October 1st, 2022. Thank you. We went by that crystal shop I told everybody. I'm not going to display it. I'm not going to show it at all. I'm going to hide all landmarks here. I'm not going to even mention the name. Years ago when we were here, there was a strong ET presence in there. For one could say military as well, like maybe using it as a front for things, but or a watchtower of sorts, like how I was in the SSP in that shop. But in this instance, there was a skull that used to sit out in the main sales floor that would be kind of like a spy, but it would be like the anchor point for somebody to telepathically speak, like how Isaac uses his edifice, his orgone piece edifice. Same difference, like he used the crystal skull before that. This was made of like some kind of bronze, and I thought the skull was still in there, but this was a bronze one. The other bronze one had like holes and stuff in it before. Almost looked like wood, but it was made of bronze. This one was solid bronze. So the thing is, I went in there and I couldn't sense the alien presence at all. When I originally went in there, I walked in there and I was wondering what the huge telepathic presence was. And there was this really tall, almost 8-foot tall being that came out of there asking me what I wanted. And tall woman, older lady, but obviously alien. About between 7'5" or 7'6" and 8 foot, somewhere in there, probably some half inch in there somewhere. And long arms, long hands, was, like I said, very tall, and could disguise themselves as a shorter, older person that was there. And there were 2 other employees that worked there at the time. I don't remember the name of the guy that we always dealt with. I wouldn't mention the name even if I remembered. And there used to be a guard out front of this shop that you could tell there was still a little shack there, but there is no guard with a dog anymore. Who does that in a shop? Who does that? And I suppose there's expensive stuff in there, but don't see it anymore. Military posts, for watchtowers do stuff like that, but I don't believe this was it. This was more alien. But there was like a little section where this woman would come out of the back. Here, even that part of the shop isn't here anymore. There's a garbage can sitting there, and there's a van sitting next to it. So obviously they've altered some little bit of the topography, but tiny amount. But unless that being was living or is living in a dimensional space, I'm not sensing, or a frequency space, I'm not sensing, or a pocket, I don't sense this being here anymore. The original skull is not there, and the skulls that were in there had no one home. There was nobody talking through them or using them as a ark or an edifice. So this, obviously this alien's abandoned this site. But this was a physical being that was here, just like when I saw Isaac in the Best Buy that time, where he was shaking hands with people and talking and everything. It was that kind of interaction, but only I was much closer and this person spoke to me. So this, or when I met those 2 Eben brothers that time, this was very similar. I believe this may have been either a Syrian or an elf or some kind of merfolk because they can change their fin to legs. So this is how this was going before. Now, no, the alien presence is not here anymore. So I may try to confer with the Myrmidon later to see what that was truly about then. Because we had some misinformation and disinformation intertwined in with that, maybe to contain that person's real identity or real mission or something. There was a narrative wrapped in there, and misinformation narrative wrapped in there. So a little bit, tiny bit. So I'll try to confer a little bit to get more information about that. Some of that information will be in my SSP book as well. So I just wanted everybody to know that's where we are. But again, all you're going to see on this video is sky behind me because I'm not going to show the building. I wouldn't do that to the owners of it or whoever's working here. So I will leave it here. Just know that this is in Virginia Beach, but I'm not going to give that away other than that. It's 12:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, October 1st, 2022. Thank you. Okay, as of this morning, there was some weird imagery that was popping in my head. You could say cartoonish, but this was more threatening. There was a scene in the movie The Abyss that never made it completely to any of the newer cuts, or this was Mandela affected out, where at the end, before Ed Harris says I love you to his wife, and that's what the Myrrh in the movie determined that humans are worth communicating with for. Saying that love was the most important thing, and that's what got the Myrrh to communicate. That there was hope there. In another cut I saw as a child, there was some waves that were put above all major cities. They were going to drown people like these huge tsunamis. And then when they saw that message, they backed them up. I've never seen that scene in a cut. People were like afraid of these really high waves, like they were going to cause a Noah's flood. Again, to wipe everybody out. And they're like, okay, we're going to do this again, sort of thing. Even though some of the Agarthans claim that they caused the flood, of course, Enlil makes claim. There's multiple groups that can actually claim elements of the flood, or one of the floods in history, because there were two, one around Atlantis and one further on in the Mesopotamian period. So, one more severe than the other, the original one in the Atlantean period. But to get rid of some Nephilim, like what the legends say, and other groups, and also call down other groups. So the ones that were saved were more like genetic stock that would they wanted out later on. Some of it was altruistic. Some groups just wanted certain genetic stock out later on that they could weed out whatever impurities they didn't want. That's what some of the hedge betting races did. Others were doing it more for altruistic reasons. But with this, though, I had that image in my head. And at first I thought it was the Myrrh trying to do something this morning. But no, it's the military. I thought it was AI too, but the AI here is more relaxed. This is military doing a threat, trying to say, oh, we're going to make it storm here again, while you're on vacation, sort of thing. But there's been a little bit of harassment this morning from it. So yeah, it didn't take them long to notice us. So that's just one of those things you just have to kind of walk through it and not ignore it per se, but not give it any power. So other than what I'm saying now. So that's really all that's going on. Nothing too big or exciting to report so far. Just spending time with family yesterday and today and tomorrow. So that's pretty much it. We'll be in Kill Devil Hills here soon and do a few more interesting things there. And then back in Florida and Tampa after that with more family. So that's pretty much it, folks. Essentially a vacation. There's been some adventure things here where some family was attacked and had to take care of something that was fairly vicious, but just some void parasites and the like. But that's pretty much been it. Not as much as in Arizona, so which is a plus. So even though some things happen, it's not as bad as there. So we'll see when eventually we get home what happens. It is 9:43. See if there's any blowback or any contact there. It is 9:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, October 2nd, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this partially goes into the Dreamtime Invasion category. Two things. One was creepy and the other one was more, well, they're both informative, but one creepy, informative, one just informative. I asked to see the most two pressing matters that were energetic while I was in a dream state. And you wonder why, I'm doing that on vacation, but you really have to anywhere. And because there was one thing I kept seeing. I always see at the house to a hand coming up through the floor. And I always wonder what it is. And it grabs my nads, and I don't know what that's all about. And I finally saw this Orion guy in a dream. A male, I'm assuming male. They're so photoshopped looking, you don't know. And you really don't know what they look like completely. You just know the variations of them. Long skull, Fomorian, and third class, which is this pretty boy look. And grays. But this, I trace this elongated hand back to, in a dream, back to this tall Orion-looking guy, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic-looking, in a weird-looking, colorful suit, looked like both fish scales and sequins. So I don't believe this was a mer guy. Looked like the classic Aquaman from the comics, not the new one, but I don't believe this was Myrmidon. I believe they were trying to blame the Myrmidon. But also he was wearing like a masquerade mask, or like one of those little superhero-like masks. And he would sit, and I beat the crap out of him when I saw him, but his hand never left in between my legs. It was just kind of up like this, touching like this. And it never stopped. And it was really creepy. He was on the ground looking at me. I could throw him around like a rag doll, but he wouldn't move. It was like basically passive resistance. And it was creepy as holy hell. And I could beat him up all I wanted. He just took it. He just took it. And this was really weird. So I then moved on, and then he followed me everywhere. He'd get up, follow me, and no matter if I beat him up, he took it. He was using, basically a bad guy using the passive resistance, where you would just expend all your resources trying, either mental resources or energetic resources or physical resources, trying to get rid of him. And that's what predators do. They'll wind your resources down and then they nail you. Like the Gorn in Star Trek, that's how they were hunting the Enterprise. It was like they wind your resources down. In Strange New Worlds, that's what you saw them do. And this is something that I find very fascinating. Sorry for the noises in the background. We're at a hotel room. But anyway, I find this, it was very annoying, that means I have to find a frequency that is actually toxic to him. And then that's what will do it. It's like souring the milk, like yet again another Star Trek reference, where there's this organism or a space baby thing, a creature feeding off the Enterprise's warp coils or warp field, or some of the plasma, warp plasma, and they sour the milk basically by changing the variance of the frequency of it. And it sours the milk where the baby doesn't want it anymore. It's very similar to the parent creatures, and the parents get mad at the Enterprise for having the baby there. They sour the milk, the baby goes back to the parents, and they accidentally killed the parent one before. And in a later episode, LaForge mentions that to Scotty when he comes aboard and says, "Oh, you soured the milk." That's essentially what you have to do: sour the milk to these people. then they don't feed off you. They don't loose you. They don't do anything. You have to take care of all your inner work, all the shadow work, all the things that are denigrating your frequency. So I have to figure out what that is. Could be past life, could be current, could be an entanglement to another person, another place, another time. Who knows? Just know that is, it could be just pure oppression too, without any purpose. And it needs to still be got rid of by the changing of the frequency or souring the milk. Same difference in some cases. The other one was this ongoing thing with Viking, where he was objecting. I said in a previous recording, and I only will reveal this one if things go south from this point. But the dream was more of a cycle ending. I asked to see the main points of that argument. I'm thinking it felt like a past life thing where Torankala and Hugo Arrest had duked it out. But that's the feeling, or some kind of treaty violation, which Torankal was very good at. He violated them all the time, like in the ancient Atlantis. He was a council member, but he went out and did monster hunting. That he killed like a couple of satyrs that were trying to hunt him because he was wanted. He became a wanted man after a while out of Atlantis. He fell for some tricks that the witch put out there, and manipulation at the time. That's why she always got him to take off his helmet. And like my hat, it allows sometimes for more manipulation if it's off. Not here, we've been fine. But in this dream I walked with Viking. He looked my age though. He looked like in his mid-40s though. And we were having a nice conversation. He made food and everything for us, very, very generous. And then, for me. And then, I didn't eat any of it while I was there. I always do that in dreams. I never touch food. That's why I put this somewhat in the Dreamtime invasion category, because of the food. And what happened was, then all of a sudden he turned on a dime and started talking about like the commercialization of Galactic Interstellar Council, like that conversation we had. And I said, and I went, oh, for God's sakes. And then he saw the look on my face and he started arguing very horribly with me. And I said, no, this is the way this goes, and I'm not budging. And then he went through a wall into a building on the other side of a window and shut the window. And chewed me out a little more, shut the window and walked away. And I went into another door into this barn. It looked like a barn. An old wooden building. An old wooden, like his house and structures on his property. And I walked into the building. And I went around the corner to look for him. He was gone. And I saw this one area where I was setting up. It looked like a studio, like a standard podcast studio with the microphone on the arm that came up to my mouth, and one that was underneath for Joanna, or a couple for Joanna, a couple screens, monitors, a couple chairs, kind of like a radio studio would have. And that's the kind of thing we're wanting to set up with the servers. It's in its infancy right now, rudimentary stage, but that's the goal. So I was basically seeing, it's either one of two explanations: a cycle coming to a close, that a karmic cycle is burning out and two people have to go their separate ways, which does happen either with relationships or friendships or business relationships. All happens when the spirit world brick walls you and you have to go right or left. This is a brick walling, what I call a brick walling, where spirit is saying, okay, spirit is now having to step in to show you this in a very loud and meaningful way. Like what I said about the woman with the alcohol, where the cop just mysteriously appeared behind her when that didn't necessarily need to happen. Spirit could have guided her home, but it would not have changed the behavior if something had not bigger meaningful hadn't happened. It seems like oppression or negative, but it was actual spirit, and I was able to confirm that. With this, it was the same thing. It's spirit. So, true benevolent spirit. So, with this, I'm being shown that this definitely has to be carried into this next stage. Whoever he's communicating with, and they're objecting, just like when he went from changing the show titles, from going from all three of us, bouncing with all three of us, when he gained more control over it, said, no, I will vet the show title, make it more palatable, meaning for him, not necessarily the audience. I knew something was wrong. Somebody was telling him and feeding him a line of crap. It's now evolved to this situation, or de-evolved, as the case may be, to this situation, with the commercialization of which he knew about, of the website and the shows and products like t-shirts and stuff like that therein. He thinks that's like swag. Maybe to an extent, but they have a purpose, like basically decoding the alien faces and visages for people to see. This is what the good guys wanted. Whoever he's talking to is feeding him a line of crap, and also his oversoul echoes from those times are feeding him a line of crap, or there's a huge rub forming between me and him. That said, we got this handled. If everything happens, we got it. We have it. We got this. And he has a major rub with Joanna, most of all. He goes, no, it's just us three. It's nobody else, not your friends, nothing. Horrible, horrible argument between us two. So, the last thing we said to each other before I went on vacation. So, this was just telling me this was either the end to a cycle, or it was a choice between point A and point B, which is also true. But he was not visible anymore, which means I was only being directed to the room. He was on the right, I was going to the left, and which he was not visible anymore. Where he had been was when I went in the building, would have been on my right. It was right in front of me when I was outside, but he closed the window to me, like meaning his energy was taking a step back, because I was taking such a hard stance. Which, just because you're offended doesn't mean you're right. That's a quote by Ricky Gervais, and he just recently spoke about Ricky Gervais in an episode about how he was a wild card, and I'm inclined to agree in this. Wild cards are everywhere, but the quote is still sound. Just because you're offended doesn't mean you're right. I'm offended, you're offended, sort of thing. But on our untold setup was in a separate area from him, which was speaking loud and clear. It's just like the dream I had where I asked what direction Galactic Interstellar Council was going. This was many months ago, and I saw my friend Ryan, Richie, and a couple others. Me and Joanna was in a different room, but overseeing the whole thing, meaning the lifting was overseeing the whole thing. Saw Aubrey, everybody, and a big AI computer trying to invade the dreamscape. Things were transforming into computers. If you've seen things transforming into computers and screens and stuff, that's AI intrusion. Or it's a telepathic intrusion trying to get in touch with you if it's a screen. Or it's a past life thing trying to affect. But I was seeing all of the above, but I was also seeing the evolution of the council. And I wasn't seeing the other two. So I was just seeing newer people, and a couple people I didn't know yet. So more than likely interviews and things of that nature. So we'll still have the lifting. We're going to have all of it, but it's going to be all ours. So that's what I was taking from that. And now this is confirmed. As time goes on, our friend Melissa even said this in a session with herself. When we went, saying that he would step back and that he had selective hearing. This is what this confirms. Again, I will only publish this. This is a notation for myself, but I will only publish this if really horrible things go down. So I will leave this here. Just know this is a completion to a cycle and the beginning of a new train of abundance, or opening up to a bigger path, greater path. So this happens quite a bit. Splitting of the densities can be very rapid when it takes place, but at the same time, it's a good thing. And it opens up doors that wouldn't have normally been available. Like what the old man at the pawn shop said. When he passed, it opened up a greater path for his son, something he would never have been involved in. It's the same thing. So, I'll leave this here. It is 9:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 3rd, 2022. Thank you. I just realized the mask that Orion guy had on was more of a masquerade ball mask. And this was also an area outside of the Akejik, this brothel planet, I call it, that's outside of the Galactic Akejik records that I'd been in past expressions, where it didn't record. It was basically where people could take a breather outside of cycles, outside of all that. And it was more like a brothel. That's what that was representing. More than likely Torankal went there. And I know he did. I've come up with that in other sessions before. I will leave this here. It's just that the masquerade, this is a possible masquerade mask from that place. And it shifts and changes with each person that shows up. The only way it would be outside of the Akijik is if it was linked to the Void, though. So, or some dimension like it, where like the Void Tower shifted and changed. This planet did the same. I'm saying it's more likely the same type of technology. So people could show up and see different things and different fantasies, like kind of like a fantasy island, but a whole planet. It's weird, but it does exist. And even the look of the planet can change for different people. And I went there in a different expression, saw a masquerade ball sort of thing. I don't know if Joanna was there or anybody else was there. I recall, like the witch and other beings there and other people around her. But those visions could be convoluted and corrupted because of her influence and her group's influence. But this is what I remember of those. So I'll leave that here. I'll get more to that more I know. It is 9:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 3rd, 2022. Thank you. I also wanted to point out to people there's this weird suppression that popped up. Like, I've noticed that there's been very little communications telepathically. And except for the mirror and all that, and also there's been some harassment from military. Like I said, also with the AI, there's been this weird cartoonish type shit that's going on. But this is like this weird suppression you can feel, and I don't want to say our devices are having a tough time with it. Maybe a little, maybe a bit of a push on them, but this, I bought, Tower Buster here. It's sitting right next to me here while I'm talking, and then I have Salt Pucks over there by the bedside, and over here, and some things over by the TV and all that. But yeah, it's this weird suppression. I know military bases are suppressed with Gwyn technology and all this other stuff for telepathic contact. Like some of the standard military officers, they don't want them hearing the telepathy from aliens. They confine it to a certain areas. I get that part, the compartmentalized areas projects. I get that, but also to control them as well. And this is a big military town, Virginia Beach. So it's very strange. It started to dissipate the further away from here we got. You would think the salt water would be better, but there's out this way. There's a huge military facility. Also Newport News, Carrollton, those places. Huge military facility, and that's one, the biggest one that has all the branches. That's one where I experienced in my SSP and abduction times being out here. Thankfully, we haven't been abducted, and I'm not wishing for that in the slightest. I'm just saying, haven't experienced it out here. Good thing. But I'm just saying that there's this weird suppression wave that's out here that we can feel. Peaceful, but yet there's some suppression wave in there. So I'll report more on more I find out. If you don't hear anything else, I don't know anything else. So it is 10:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 3rd, 2022. Thank you. I noticed some areas here have been kind of like that neighborhood that we discussed in that earlier recording in Arizona. Not, varying like icebergs across like an ocean. Like I said, those pockets drift. Sometimes they're density pockets. Other times they're just like flows, like water or like ice or like fire. Energy flows. Varying intensities and thicknesses, densities, and faster moving, slower moving, and that's what we're encountering here. So it's just like anywhere else. But there are some areas that have been good and some areas that have not been. So we'll see what happens here soon. So it is 10:25 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 3rd, 2022. Thank you.
What do we got now? Right here. I see one big one right there. You see him?
Okay, odd type of attachment that came up, crustacean type. I told people about the crustacean beings on the coast. We went through an aquarium, so my theory is that it came from there, like the captured fish, because I read some of the signs there that said they just grabbed them out of the bay and grabbed eggs and such out of the bay and everything. So I'm thinking this is like either residual stuff that was alive, or these are just attachments that came from the ocean and came with the water. There's certain ones that salt won't repel, and that's ones that come from the ocean. So the repels all other kind, but ones that came from there and adapted to it, and you can adapt to certain types of orgone fields touch too. So we noticed orgone devices make them visible and start to pull them out of body parts like feet. And Joanna got one in the foot. So like the one was it looked like an eyeball or an egg sac, and the other one looked like a big wormy crustacean with pincers, like two on one end, like with a worm in the center, type like nightcrawler look, or segmented snake in the back end was like an earwick type of creature with a fork on the back end. So it looked kind of like the overall, if you were to put it out, it looked like a pitchfork. So, but with pincers. So the two on the ends had the pincers. The one was the head, and then the back end bottom was the earwick like pincer. So these are the things we've come across so far. It was only a matter of time before we saw a few of these things. Not sure what keeps this type away other than the Tower Buster formula. So, or amber, frankincense, and myrrh. There's some of that in some of the newer Tower Busters too. So I'll leave that here. It is 1:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Thank you. Apparently these have like electric field around them too, like an electric eel. And there was a foot spike in there which denoted an energy collector, but I don't recall ever stepping over one here. But like the National Cathedral in Washington when we first encountered the foot spikes, but I don't particularly recall stepping over an energy collector at all. So that's a weird mystery, but yeah, these are electrified too, kind of like some of the implants are electrified too. So weird. Yeah, as you can tell, I also have a bit of a cold too. Thinking a child gave it to me, but or somebody's just doing it to be an ass. So, or both. But yeah, it's kind of gloomy out today. We aren't really doing a whole lot except going over with family, but that's it. But that was the weird thing of the day. That came from an aquarium and had weird downloads come from there, and small aquarium, but yeah, that's something I'm going to have to look out for in other aquariums. You might want to check out the Odyssey in Phoenix sometimes, see if they have something similar. So, all in that here. We haven't had anything pop up there before, but it may be because we're near the ocean here too. But things that are captured were there, so I can always check now that I know what to look for. So, even though I've seen the crustacean types before, these were odd ones that had egg sacs and films. There was a film left in there, like a second skin, kind of like a snake molting too. So that had to be removed and burned off. It doesn't just does a note to people who remove these things. You can't just pull them out and throw them aside. You have to visualize burning them or putting them in a net and saying nothing net uncreate you, or a box of the same type or a dome of the same type. Nothing net, nothing dome, uncreate you. And then I just pour hot lava over it, or fire of some kind, fire and water based. And you can't just throw them aside or they fly and they get there and go into someone else. So you have to kill them. So I just want to make note of that. It's just bad if you don't. They just fly around. The best thing is if you're in public, just put the shield up and have them, if there's an attachment, like the millipede types and stuff, just have them bounce off of you. And they'll bounce back to whomever they came from. They take the path back. But a lot of these things are in public. But I don't see the regular type, like the millipede types and stuff like that. Worms. I just see the crustacean types out here. So, it's 1:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, here in Kill Devil Hills. About time we got back here, as I said to her. But had I don't want to say uneventful morning, because military tried to rain on our parade with mental attacks and parasitical junk that appears within my own energy. Had a ghost rain on our parade this morning, carrying a rosary around and praying. It was because of some focus by somebody we know that was focusing on it and opened up a portal and then ended up dumping crap like what we said before, and the bad effects of good intentions. And it was somebody that was actually praying for us, but then here comes in a ghost. Had an Orion intruder at one point. At least I think it was. I think it was more of the haunting that was taking place. Some ghosts can project themselves that way. Make you think they're an alien when they're really some kind of mutated ghost energy. But here, it's uneventful. It's actually cold out here, which much to my disdain and chagrin here. Hopefully it doesn't stay this way, because I'm going to be very upset if it gets to freezing temperatures. But last time we were here, which was years ago, it didn't. It stayed warm for fairly late in the season, so so far to see how things go. See if I end up having to pull attachments on me later. They just appear inside of me for whatever reason. Don't know who's doing it or what's doing it. But each time we shift locations, it delays a little bit. So, also etheric rings appearing on my right hand here on the ring finger. They appear there. That's just some of the crap that's been going on. That usually denotes curse, so of some kind. So we'll see what goes on here. Otherwise, it's other than the cold, the energy is pretty good. So I'll leave that here. This is a lot that's not back here. In any case, I'll throw Shungite back there. So don't go looking for it, folks, if you come here, because I'm going to hurl it all over the place. So just know if you do find one that's here, that's one we've left. It is 3:44 p.m. at Eastern Standard Time, Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Thank you. Yeah, one thing that I neglected to mention was the ghost occurrence that I was mentioning before of somebody with a rosary on that was praying for me. I came to find out that the way they died was from some sickness, and they were exacerbating, an already probably present virus within me, and they made it worse by empathic transference. And that's why I always tell people to get rid of them. No matter if they're nice or not, it has nothing to do with whether they're nice or friendly or nasty. It's a side effect. It's a physics. That they transfer their moment of death onto you, or sickness onto you. And of course, the military remote viewers were amplifying it too, to bring down my immunity with their tech, but with like do tech and throwing attachments and the like. But this it started to drastically improve since even the short time I've been standing here. So there's really nothing to write home about other than the fact that it's silent. So that's interesting in and of itself, which is what we want. So it is 3:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, you see the powder that's down there. This was the land clearing powder that I left down here. The black land clearing powder with the shungite, magnetite, amber, frankincense, and myrrh. And the waves pushed it up to here, as you can see. So we're here in Kill Devil Hills. We leave it in specific spots. There's nothing here that's harmful, just in case somebody thinks we left a pollutant of some kind. So it's all natural from beaches and mines. So it is 4:18 p.m. Wednesday, or 4:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, apparently this is Nag's Head. You have Kitty Hawk, Nag's Head, Kill Devil Hills. We're going to Kill Devil Hills beaches next. This is Nag's Head. This is where the lights and the water have been reported. So I had that wrong. In legend, lights would come out of the water. So I had that incorrect. So here. Okay, it is 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we are in Edenton, North Carolina, and we're searching around in this area, see if there's possible places to move to here, along with a couple of other places, and the others were heavy. Where was the other place we went to? I can't remember. That's
Today,
yeah,
we drove through Elizabeth City.
Elizabeth City, yeah, that's it. And I walked out on this. I threw a piece of shungite over off the dock here as we came in, or over in here, and off this way, something got my attention. I believe Isaac got my attention. That off towards the horizon line there is some kind of military activity. There's a structure under there that I could feel that's fairly dense out that way. I don't like just reporting negative stuff. There's also a cemetery here as well that was fairly dense, which that's expected from a cemetery.
This place was older. It was as old as, some people here signed the original Declaration of Independence. So this is an old town with some old structures.
Yeah, the character is really nice, but you can feel, I mean, sometimes the age feels good. In this case, it's a mix. There's some places that are good and some places that are dense. The cemetery, definitely dense. I was going to do a ghost box thing in there, but it is actually rather dense, and it makes me want to barf.
So feels good.
Waterfront's cool.
That's a very historic building. Apparently.
Yeah, very historic
They had their
building.
own version of a tea party or a strike against the stuff in 1774. So, this was a very active area during that time.
During the Revolution period time. Yeah, it's cool. I like the historic ambiance and everything, but there's just some denseness into some of the parts here, and then parts of the town, and then whatever is off that way I'm not too keen on, but beautiful area. We'll keep searching it further, but yeah, I could live in a place like this, but then if you have that back there to contend with, and you have some of these dense pockets can be repaired over time. No matter what happened, it can be knitted and mended, but I don't want to have to build off of that build a foundation on that. There would be a lot more work in place that I would have to do to be able to shield and correct against severely corrupted land areas. I'm not saying the town's awesome, but I'm just saying there's areas that it is. So that's true of any area. Elizabeth City was the same way. So, and where she used to live was the same way as well. Nightdale was the same way, and then there were a couple of areas that were the same way. Virginia Beach also had it, too. And there was a strong military presence there. There was a weird dampening field there. But with this, the point I'm making is that, yes, I can repair some of that, but how much work and effort and supply am I going to have to put into that knitting and repairing? I'd rather start on a really good foundation and build from that point, other than putting in so much in there. It's just like with that game I was mentioning named Gwent on Witcher 3, where if somebody uses a fog against you, you have to put twice as many cards into it. And that's the analogy I'm using. I would have to use twice as much supply, twice as much effort, twice as much magic to accomplish the same goal. So this is why we're continuing to look. So this is otherwise beautiful area, as you can see. Waterfront, energy's good out here, whatever that is, aside from whatever's out that way, underwater. A domed structure is what I'm picking up on. But no real dampening field out here per se. It's just I'm feeling the denseness of different pockets. That's all. Standard drifting dense pockets, and also the graveyard cemetery. So, okay, I will end this here. It is 2:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, October 6th, 2022. Thank you. Where is this place again?
It's called Jockey's Ridge.
Jockey's Ridge Dunes, looks like we are here.
And I do believe it's the largest considered sand dune in the United States.
Largest sand dune in the United States, yeah. Looks like the Dune Sea from Star Wars, yeah. Except with water on Tatooine. Even though Tatooine was technically an ocean at one point in the storyline. But I think this is interesting. A lot of people come out here to hang glide, windsurf, hike. See. Okay, we're gonna trek across this now. So managed to get up and over this myself here. So it is 12:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, 2022. Thank you. Oh, I meant to say also, there's some elementals out here that don't want me taking sticks. I've been picking up sticks and they told me, oh, please put that down, sir. So I did. I'm not touching anything out here. Not sure what or who, probably tree fay or in the ground, dirt elementals, more likely. Not like the sandworm in Star Wars, but elf type beings. Kind of like Mavis. This being named Mavis that has long ears and a long tail and everything, but like monkeys almost. So, yeah, I was just telling the camera here, there are elementals out here. But they don't want me picking up sticks.
Okay.
I was picking up stuff and they said, please put that down, sir.
Okay then.
I think they live in the dirt here because like they're like dirt elementals or earth elementals or something. Not like the worms in Star Wars. It's like more like they're like monkeys or like Mavis, you know, with the monkey, you know, bear-like appearance. Yeah. But only they're brown, so I'm thinking they're earth elementals. Usually they have to be a combination of like two, like water and earth or something like that. I'm thinking it's water and earth. Oh, earth and air. Okay. Earth and air. All right.
Yeah, so there's some of the hang gliders, and then what they'll do is they'll take them up where that guy's walking, and that's where they'll go at.
Okay. Any of you want anything to say before I shut this off? Okay. Apparently one of them's named Tingon. Did you say your name was? Tingon? Tingon. Okay. Are you like Mavis? No. You actually shift with the elements. Okay, you just look like a grandpa or a teddy bear or something. Tingon. Okay. They're earth and air elementals, apparently, that were born from what? I mean, just earth and air from a long time ago, like millions of years ago. Did you travel with the sand to these elemental, or to this area where they moved it, or they didn't move it? Oh, okay. It's always been here like this. Okay. There's similar ones that live in the water over there. All right. They're water and sky ones. Okay, like you, but you chose earth and sky. Okay, earth and air. Okay. Okay, Tingon, thank you. I won't take any sticks. Thank you. Okay. Because elementals will put their essence even in the dead plant material. And since they're earth, you know, they would be hooked to whatever we made, so I guess they want their privacy energetically and not entangled with anything. So, okay. That's fine. Funny place to be private when there's people coming out here all the time. Somewhat. I think they're saying they keep people away they don't want here telepathically. So it's pretty safe.
Right. And it brings people joy.
Yeah, that's the point. That's why I want to keep stuff here too. So, yeah. Yes, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you, Tingon. Did you want to come through on a show sometime? Possible. Okay. Okay, it is 12:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we are leaving the dunes here in a moment. Or the dunes here in a second, or Dune Sea, and met this elemental group that was earth and air. And, you know, I made the comment I made the way up the hills by myself, and Isaac had to be cute and go, "You're a big boy now," like the diaper commercial. And he's running it through my head repeatedly, like a smart ass. So we'll continue on, collect shells today, and that's really all we have planned for today. Tomorrow we go to an aquarium. So we were going to go to Ocracoke, but it's too far away this time. That's where you famously saw Josh Gates come out of the Blackbeard Lodge in Expedition Unknown. We were there once before, and you see that look on his face that the beds were slightly uncomfortable. We experienced the same. So, nice historic place, but a little dated. We didn't go back this time. Again, it was too far. Tomorrow it's going to be cold, so we're going to go through the stores tomorrow and look for more souvenirs. We mailed off some sand and some shells and stuff back home today. So, I'll leave this here, and then contacting this new elemental group, maybe they'll be on a show. So, it's 12:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this guy up here, that's with the giant shovel here, he is replenishing the dunes. They use that as a wave break and keeping it all natural so they don't put in a concrete wall here. And I was joking with Joanna saying that he's building sandcastles. And he did that as a kid, and now he's doing it as an adult. So we were wondering when you get paid for something like that, but or how many hours they worked or something. I said he's just building sandcastles. It's easy money. And you just play with a shovel.
But every time there's a nor'easter or a bad storm, these roads get covered. They have to undo them. They have to rebuild it. I mean, it's constantly being redone.
Yeah, it's constantly being around here. So yeah, this is what it looks like out here. And it may seem just like dirty or whatnot, but this is what the ambiance of the dune areas are out here.
And right over this dune, and not too far, just right past it is the water.
The ocean is over there.
And the sound is over on this other side.
Sound's on this side, yeah.
But yep, that's what people like.
Yeah, if you put a concrete wall here, it would disrupt the ambiance.
Right.
They could put a concrete wave break out in the ocean, but not out here. But yeah, they even had some new bridges in where the roads were washed away that we passed through back in Rodanthe. So as you can see, the water does get in here sometimes. That's why they're rebuilding these. So yeah, see here we're coming up on one of these.
Oh, this is I believe the Oregon Inlet Bridge.
Yeah. Oh, it's Mark Bass Knight Bridge. Oh, yeah, Oregon Inlet
Bridge, but it's the Oregon Inlet Bridge.
Yeah.
So this is the inlet where see this on to the left is the sound side, and it goes out through this inlet to the ocean. So this is an important part of getting to where fishermen are in different parts, but the sound is huge. And then, like I said, you can see some fishing boats coming in. So these boats daily are taking either they're fishing, or like those boats were probably taking people out to fish, a small group, and now some of them are coming in. And this is how they get to the area. See, if you look straight ahead, they'll turn and they'll go over there into the Manio area. Yeah, see, they're right in a line. Look at that. They follow right right in line. And what they'll have to do every now and then is they'll have to dredge this inlet to make sure it's deep enough for boats to come in.
Yeah, we noticed that where we were collecting shells a while ago, it was all natural there, but in Kill Devil Hills and the Outer Banks like Nag's Head and Kitty Hawk, they dredge it now. So
yeah, I think there's been too many storms, so they've had to replenish sand, and they've had to start dredging, which what happens is they'll filter the sand a little bit so there won't be as many shells or rocks or things on the beach as there once was.
Yeah, and where we were like further up the road here, there was a ton of them there. So it's kind of disappointing that they did that to the Outer Banks, but I get it. But
they have to save the homes and the beaches.
Yeah,
because it really is encroaching. We actually went over 2 new bridges because of past storms. There was the roadway that went all the way through to the barrier islands, but they've had to put 2 literal bridges. One is significant size, similar to this one, that was up to get into Rodanthe, and one smaller one a little bit further away from that. Those were complete new to me. I don't know how long they've been up, but I had never been on them. So that because you could no longer use the regular roadway anymore because they had been damaged too many times. So yeah, so these, everything changes out here on these barrier islands, and houses do still get washed away and things like that.
Yeah. So you could have a house one moment and then you come out and it's gone. So it's like come back, it's gone. So yeah, beautiful area, but we would consider living in an environment like this, but there's hazards with it. So yeah, that's a little bit of the tour as we're going down the road here. So I'll end this here. It is 4:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we're here in Nag's Head, North Carolina, the famous spot for the lights in the water. Brought this, and before I get going, I'm going to ask, what causes the lights seen in the water? That'll be the only question, other than what does Isaac have to say? Only 2 questions. Did I just hear stop your pulse? I did, huh? Okay, final question. Military presence out here. What is going on in the secret projects right now? Okay, thank you. I've almost exceeded the limit of the ghost box usage. Or spirit box usage. So, I will end this ghost or spirit box session as of right now. Thank you. It just dawned on me that I did not ask the mirror to come through. So, sorry I have to speak through it like this because the waves are loud. So, to the mer people, or the benevolent mer people that we spoke to on Interstellar Council last night, what do you have to say via this about the government projects, about us, about the area? Thank you.
Xbox. Danny. FM.
Did you say enjoy your vacation? And Isaac, I'm giving you one more chance to say something on here too.
Oh, that's brutal.
Okay, thank you. Closing circle for this ghost box session as of right now. Thank you very much. Okay, you can go. Okay, here's a bit of a synchronicity or a bit of disclosure I saw in a commercial. It was about Jumanji, the two newest ones, and how they go inside the video game. Well, that's basically like deceptively more primitive advanced technologies, because the Agarthan network trains their children in holographic environments like this, and they can walk through our history. In those games, people are able to be their own playable character and be around NPCs. So this is the disclosure, folks, where it's the same technology that's being displayed. That this is how a Garthan tribe or somebody would or a military unit or an alien or ET, benevolent ET group would put something in play. And maybe even fix a timeline like they did in the first one. Whereas that kid disappears, he gets sucked into the game. They live through a dark timeline where there's this creepy house in the corner they call Freak House, and the father is all screwed up mentally. When they go in, they find that kid in there, they bring him out, and he goes back to the time he was taken from, therefore the timeline was altered. It was more of a Mandela effect sort of thing. Time correcting itself type of thing. They added that sort of thing in there as well. Like those kids were meant to find that sort of thing. But it is a training technology. Holographic technology can also imprint itself and create a real reality by mapping here and then implementing over here. Also, timeline fragments can do the same, like those Syrians of Shasta did, in their own either holographic reality or own pocket, mapping it here, imprinting it here, and that's how they were able to take over Telos City from the elves. So it's something very similar to that, and also some in the movie it was time manipulation, but in both of them it's the same tech. So this is also how some of these Agarthan tribes either can manipulate time or manipulate a space and imprint, creating a map over here and imprinting it over here, same as the Untumbans do when they create a holographic space of a building they want to build. Then they just tell the system to build it, or they live in the hologram for a while, see if they want to use it, just like those Dark Syrians trained in a copy of Telos City and imprinted it. So the training or the history lesson for the children is they have to live through like our world wars or bad times in history, good times in history, so they can learn from it. That would help school kids out greatly in the here and now. Experience it, just like in an episode of Voyager where there was this monument, this epitaph that, or edifice, or spire, that was putting out a bad scenario that happened in one planet's history, where it was a war that took place where a lot of innocent people died. They put those memory engrams out on a certain frequency wavelength, and the Voyager crew had it imprinted in their own brains like as if they lived it. They built this so people wouldn't make the same mistakes on their own planet. So they wouldn't make the same mistakes that those people made. So it's the same type of imprinting. Brain mapping, brain scripting like they use in the SSP, same difference. They write up a personality script, print it on the brain chemicals adapt, that person thinks they're that person. So that's how agents are born. So, I mean, it's more complicated than just the simplified way I said it, because they have body shifting and body jumping technology and chromosomal shifting and gender swapping and all this other stuff, but you get the point. So that was an interesting synchronicity and an interesting topic that popped up, not only in my head, but I've been seeing it a little bit here soon, internet, TV, and I think it's this Mer tribe here that while we're on vacation that was trying to say this was some things that were being done to possibly us and other people around us, where certain situations were being repeated over and over again and they were being grafted from somewhere else. And I feel that's a synchronicity myself. So I will leave this here. It is 10:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, 2022. Oh, no, one thing. The fact that it's October 7th, this is me and Joanna's anniversary. No mistaking that this synchronicity has popped up, too, with certain repetitious situations in our own lives, and all these things that have been happening, certain mishaps of the website has popped up while we're on vacation, all of this. I'm not going to say what they are, but just know that things with the family, her family, and all this other stuff have popped up, all kind of jamming and log jamming while we're on vacation, right at a bad moment. So I'll leave this here, and also my family, there's some surgeries going on and stuff like that, all at a bad time. So, well, really, is it ever a good one? But still. It is 10:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, October 7th, our Amy and Joanna's anniversary, 2022. Thank you.
I looked at his mouth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the starfish. He's going pretty fast. I want to find out what it is. Is it a friend or a foe? Or is it food?
Okay, we are in Newport Richey, Florida. I believe it's south of Tampa.
No,
North of Tampa. And we put out a lot of land clearing stuff on her parents' property here, and her father's property and stepmother's property. Put shungite nuggets and moon shungite nuggets in the pond out back. The amber, frankincense, myrrh, silver powder ones, and put also a lot of the land clearing powder out, iron nails and such, tower busters, the whole bit. And there's an elemental on this property called Twarga. And she's like how Star Chura was on Vikings property. Yeah, there's a pond, the essence of the pond. And she just hangs out in that pond. And she liked the fact there was a pile of shungite nuggets that got thrown in there, along with the powder from the moon shungite. So liked it a lot, along with all the other attributes that I left behind here. And I believe she would be willing to talk on a show at some point. Also, we're taking this rock, like I showed in another video, back to somewhere the Mer can get to it. This is actually a piece of their tech. So, like a remote control. This came from the state of Michigan, or Illinois and Michigan, I believe, or Lake Michigan, excuse me, in Illinois, where the blonde-haired idiot took something from a Mer person that was there, unjustly so. So, blonde-haired, also blonde-haired Aquaman, kind of looked like Chris Hemsworth. And if you dressed him like Jason Momoa in Aquaman, that was the same. Well, anyhow, yeah, I remember synchronicities were popping up then. We were seeing Aquaman posters and ads and stuff all over the place. Even though the movie was coming out then, we were seeing a lot more of it in our face. And that Mer person followed us around for a while. I didn't know that this was stolen, because I didn't know the blonde-haired idiot was bad at the time. And he stole this from him. So we're finding an ocean beach somewhere and putting it back. Even though it's not even close to where it originated from, still it's the same beings. So peace offering back to them. But yeah, Twarga was grateful for the stuff being put on the land. So were a lot of tree fae. So that were here, that live in the palms and live in the other trees out back there. So we'll see where this goes from here. We're gonna go eat, and then we'll go do something. We'll find a place for that rock, and also we have some tower busters we can put in places too. So it is burying places, or just leave. So it is 11:24 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 10th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, where are we exactly? Where are we exactly?
We're in Newport Richie.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay. Okay. We're at the park, I mean.
The last name is Keys, something Keys Park.
Okay. Well, we're in a park here in Newport Richie on the Gulf Coast here. And we put shungite offering down in there. And I think this is as good a place as any to get back this rock. So this is being given back to the benevolent Mer from which it was stolen. So I'll hit in the reeds over here. Alright. Yep, and it sank right down there. So, yep, there it is. So they can take it at their leisure. So where we are. Oh, some horseshoe crabs up this direction. And here's the rest of out into the Gulf Coast. So it is 1:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 10th, 2022. Thank you.
Ja kupiłem 20 i na 2 lata jeszcze było gwarancja. Tak się jarałem wtedy, tak było. Nie?
From what I heard, somebody in this area was happy that that rock was returned. So, and shungite was put in the water in those reeds. So I'm assuming that's the myrrh of the Gulf Coast that will transmit that back to whomever that belongs to. So they would just be able to grab hold of that and either portal it or grab it and take it into a different frequency, more likely at night, in the middle of the night. So when nobody's out here, there's a bunch of people out here at the moment. So so it's back in its place. So it is 1:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 10th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we are in a place called Tarpon Springs. And it's actually quite interesting. Been putting shungite offerings out. And yeah, the area, you wouldn't have guessed that anything had ever been hit with a hurricane at all. And it is actually quite interesting. Going through here with some of these bigger homes and everything. These are the rich areas though.
But it's a community. Other places are older, smaller homes. It's kind of a mix in here, depending on where the homes are.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting in here. Like this one is interesting. Typical cabana look, you know. What I also find interesting is, the hurricane didn't do a whole lot. And it was brought to my attention the other morning when we were eating breakfast. We met that guy named Paul that morning. I forgot to mention that on recording. Where I know this guy wasn't human because he had the extreme ability to shield himself from me. So he was bringing up a point about hurricanes where they're the Earth's way of rebalancing everything. And I know there was a deeper message about myself balancing, the waters and balancing, balance in general, body and mind, spirit, all that, soul. But the Earthwise though made a good point, where the reason they're so strong, he was saying, is because the Earth is trying to balance out everything that has been done. It either goes greenhouse gas, or it goes deep freeze, or it goes extremely strong storms. And as we know from past channelings, they're saying it'll go more or less like tropical, like how this area is in Tarpon Springs. So thought that was interesting. But yeah, we knew when we saw the guy that we were going to end up talking to him, and I feel he was either an ET or he was more than just an intuitive human. There was like an extreme ability to shield himself. It could have been somebody who was trained in that area, but it more or less ET. Yeah, because when I encounter somebody like that, an ET, they can really shield themselves. A friend of ours who's an ET walking the Earth can do the same thing. So, who was raised by humans. So, I find that very interesting. But he could have been one that was raised by humans too. But yeah, I didn't really think about it until we left. So that was more like that angels unaware rule I told you about. But yeah, here I feel it's going to eventually become kind of like this environment. Here, you're seeing all over the place in time. About 100 years' time, from what I understand. We'll be gone by that point, but it'll be like a tropical environment. The Agarthan water will have raised to the surface. So, and there won't be polar ice caps anymore because they're being slowly melted and evaporated off instead of all at once. And this is why the Agarthans are using a brace on the Earth so it doesn't do a violent pole shift and do extreme melting of polar ice caps. It's a very slow process, but it'll be like this environment. And it's actually not bad. It's energetically decent here, except you get occasional deep, heavier pocket, but. Yeah, it's a decent environment, but aesthetically, it's very similar to Phoenix and Tempe. So, which I find that's slightly annoying, but energetically not bad. So, I will leave this here. It is 3:27 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, October 10th, 2022. Thank you. Okay. Yesterday, while we were in Tarpon Bay, I believe it was, we were walking on a beach picking up shells and some sand. And I started to, and Joanna said she started to feel this too while we were out there. This weird numbing, like a dampening, but a gentle dampening. And like psychic ability blocked sort of thing. But there were some things that were more enhanced, like Elaine and Vessa were following me around. In their frequency layer, of course. And, but they were in, well, one wouldn't say this was odd, but they were in these white, bikinis, but they had red crosses on them, meaning like a lifeguard. Not like red ones like the Baywatch ones, but they were white with the red cross. And Vessa had a little more color to hers, something on that had color, like blue in her hair and stuff like that. Pure white to them doesn't always, they never do that. So it was like a lifeguard, but they were distracting me with sexual stuff, and also talking to me the whole time and everything, and sending vibes towards Joanna, because apparently there was some kind of danger zone that we weren't detecting. So apparently that was a big enough distraction to the shells, beach, and them were a big enough distraction that distracted against whatever was there. And they didn't tell me what it was. I'm thinking military. So yeah, that I'm thinking that's what they were protecting against something. That's what it felt like to me. And it was a pretty location. I got photos of it and everything. But then when we got home, it dawned on me that's what they were doing. So even if it seems odd if people see these sorts of things, sometimes these can be distractions against something bad happening, or bad forces can do the same. But you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference if you're energetically sensitive enough and intuitive enough. Just if it doesn't feel right, it's not right. And a seabird flew right over me, or a crane flew right over me. That's what that was. So we're still in Florida with the pond behind. Here, this is where Twarka was, in this pond back here, or is. So I just want people to know that. So it is 8:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay. Also, some things that occurred to me was, if anybody's seen the Monsters, Inc. movies, whereas, like in the first one, where, you discover they're taking fear energy off people. The monsters are coming through the closet, which that's a known portal opening. And the doors they show go straight to the closets of different homes. That's a true thing, folks, where it's like a quantum strip that kind of goes around the door, and they can open them to each room. They have a opening to every closet in a kid's room. That's true. Aliens have been known to come through closets. I always say portals are in closets and in wardrobes. That's where you get the witch line in the wardrobe from too, where I saw a little reptilian being jump through somebody's wardrobe or armoire, and after they woke up, heard a noise in their ear, saw this tiny winged reptilian standing next to them, and it just looked at them and said, like, see a bitch or something like that. It was truly spooked, but it remained stoic. And then opened an armoire and jumped through it. That's where the witch line in the wardrobe came from. That's where Monsters Inc. came from. And I didn't mention that in that part in our portals episodes. Portals, doorways, hidden rooms. Well, anyway, the premise of this is, you see them gathering fear energy also from people, but then you find out in the second one that adults can be scared more Sully was able to scare some adults at the summer camp even more. They pegged the summer camp thing because that's where some of the SSP stuff takes place, in environments like that, where some looshing does take place there. Also military camps, things of that nature. But it was the adults that they were able to get the most fear energy out of. They figured children, but he got a record number of fear energy out of adults. But that was the prequel, Monsters Inc. or Monsters University. But the first one, they show then eventually laughter provides even more energy. So they were trying to show children that laughter was superior to fear. Or like Isaac's name incurs he who laughs. That's the etymology. So this I find very, very interesting that they got the portal thing correct. They got even the summer camp thing, like what I saw, like kind of almost like a Friday the 13th-esque thing where the killer is killing people in a Spirit Lake summer camp. But anyhow, in my SSP time, there was a lot of these operations that took place in abandoned like summer camps, and there's unfortunately a lot of trafficking that goes on in places like that too, both SSP, children, and adults. So not all of them, I'm not saying all of them, some of them do very good work. I'm just saying there's this hidden underbelly there. So that, I'm thinking that's my theory as to why they chose that location in Monsters University for that scene. So with him scaring the adults and getting all that energy. But they showed it powering their equipment too. Yes, can soul shards and loosh energy, other than powering the nanites that are within the nanocore within Draco. You know, this is why when you cut their head off, all the soul shards release. That's where they got the Highlander thing from, the quickening. There can be only one. But it can actually power the engines to ships. Just like in War of the Worlds, where you saw Blood was powering the alien devices, both in the Tom Cruise version and the book version. I don't know about the old movie version, but yeah, or in the series with Adrian Paul back in the day, and a couple of the people from Babylon 5, one that played the first captain of Babylon 5. But anyhow, the actor that passed away. But anyway, I'm sidetracking again. Yeah, see, now it's wiping from my head, folks. Say, this shows I'm on the right track. When you start to get a mind wipe and start to go like that, you're on the right track. But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, there are ships that can be powered by human energy, like batteries, very much like in the Matrix, where they were using them to fuel themselves after humans blocked the sun. So it's the same premise. And there is AI that can pull that energy out of people as well. Not just loosh, but the bioelectric energy people put off. Even if you, say, raise your energy to a certain extent, some things can see that and try to latch onto that, like AI. People always think that when your frequency is high, some beings can't see you, which is still true. But there's some beings that see you light up more like a beacon, like what was said in Dr. Sleep at the end. You have to get your frequency as high as possible, not like raising it to the sky. I don't want to say that, oh, I raised my aura 20 miles. Bad. It's like a fishing net pulling in attachments. You don't want to do that. That's like you're casting a net out and grabbing stuff. Doesn't mean up. It just means close to yourself and burn it hot. And raise it as high as possible, doing all your shadow work, etc., etc. But you have to find a way to shield it, like shield it in a charcoal layer or camouflage, like a soldier in a ghillie suit out in the woods with the paint on his face. They can't be seen, like how the forest people camouflage themselves in the woods. Even though they're in different frequencies, they can go back and forth. You get the idea. They would be the first to say, yeah, you still have to camouflage yourself, which is obvious. Even though they've been known to be able to be next to humans, their faster moving frequency can still harm too. There's another misnomer. Oh, if it's a higher frequency or faster moving frequency, it will empower. Not if it's too much. Just like the story about the two forest people in the temple with the Tibetan monk. They were just sitting quietly without any anxiety or anything like that. He still had a difficult time being around that. about their frequency. And this also applies to the fourth Indiana Jones movie, where you see Kate Blanchett's character ask for all the knowledge and information that those aliens had. And it basically incinerated her from the inside out. That's what can happen to the human body if you haven't reached the crystalline DNA form yet. Granted, they tried to show this in a Stargate SG-1 where when you got rid of your fear, you ascended. And but you had to be at a certain evolved state. That was more the crystalline DNA state, but it doesn't mean that you automatically go poof. That's a misnomer. You have to ground in the I am presence, know who you are, and ground it to the earth. You just don't go whoosh. That's an incredible misnomer. That's more of a it's a choice, not a prerequisite. You can, but why would you want to? Why would you want to automatically go back to source when you're supposed to be living your life here? You're here to experience this. And I know I sidetracked, but that can't be said enough. It's a scam, basically, saying that you have to ascend upward. That's energy collection. That's still a human soul being used to power something, like an energy collector for an Orion, or something like an engine for a spaceship. Just like they can hover over time fractures, and they can hover over vortices to get energy, they can do the same for a human, if those beings so choose. And also, people always say, well, I don't consent to that. Wonderful. Doesn't mean that their spaceship can't do it anyway. There is no real universal law to stop them from doing this. Who would be enforcing this? Creator's neutral. Means creator created all of them too. So, got to bear that in mind. I can't say that enough either. The people have a hard time with that one. Yes, creator is love. Of course. But it's all the rest as well. That's why we say true, benevolent source creator. That's why we're specific. Not almighty or not God. Because God, you don't know who else you're getting. You could get these very same beings, like energy pirates. They can literally throw nets over people and grab their light body. I've run into those energy pirates before. They depicted them in Star Trek, the animated series. You can reference some of my Star Trek recordings for those. But they can literally pull that light body out of people, not just while they're sleeping, but they can drop it on top of houses and grab it. Another way to grab the energy. Or the person's soul while they're even still alive. And you have a soulless person walking around. You can harvest one while a person is still walking around too. So, a variety of different variations that go on. So, yeah, that's what was being depicted in those movies. Not loosely, there was directly. It was looshing. So, and that was in a kid's movie. We thought they were good. It's just that that's what was being depicted there, folks. It was very hardcore disclosure. And not soft disclosure, as some people were thinking. It's direct. So, I will leave this here. It is 8:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay. What I find interesting is that none of the things, though, that some of the energies we were picking up originally in Arizona, or some of the narratives that were going in our head, were really true. I'm going to give an example. Remember what I said about roping? And about being roped or having an affinity for it? Yeah, there are some cool things down here that have good energies. But the things that something was trying to... Here's an example of a roping narrative. So we were trying to... somebody out there was trying to convince us that family members out here were really sick and that they needed to be taken care of. Like her father and her stepmother. And, where, her father was going blind, all this other stuff. Well, her sister came out here before we did. And discovered that, yeah, of course, when the hurricane came, she had to help evacuate them to Mississippi. And then when Ian passed, they were able to come back. Well, she was worried about them and wanted to fall back and went about halfway or 3/4 way. And Joanne's father went, no, I can make it. Well, he made a joke with us last night on when we were at Cracker Barrel. He says, yeah, you can tell her sister that I only killed 3 people on the way here. He's fine. He's painting his paintings, doing everything. He's fine. health over here is fine. The same goes, in Virginia. They said there would be clashes with her children. None of that ever happened. So it's always important, folks, that you get boots on the ground and eyes on the ground. Wherever you're being told to go look for yourself. Very, very, very important. Just like kind of going out to Arizona. Yes, were their energies resolved by us going there? Yeah. But we've nearly stagnated at times out there. We were told, again, by the blonde-haired idiot, I said this in other recordings, like in our Princes of the Universe recording and everything, that we would have a store out in Cottonwood. Everything was fine. When we went to Cottonwood, when we moved out there, we went to Cottonwood, and what I had been seeing in the vision sequences was me putting my hand on the side of a building. I assumed that this was a shop we would own. When out there, it was just a storage building where somebody else owned it and stored their stuff in it. And all I was seeing was the ripple in time where I was really putting my hand physically on the building. Same with the RV. When I saw we were going to be in an RV. Well, when we were up in Washington with that couple, that I won't mention their names, with that couple, we stayed in an RV there. I was just seeing a ripple or a moment in time. That's all I was seeing. It wasn't that it had any real significance other than emotional turmoil because we were lied to. It caused like an emotional ripple. It's like, oh, this must have an importance. Well, certain really heavy emotional things can go back through time as well, since all time is one. So past, present, and future are all one. It's always the now. So yeah, we were picking up on the wrong things. We were being led down the garden path, thinking we would get a business, we would travel in an RV. And also we know friends that travel and live in that way. A few friends. That was them. So yeah, would I look forward to living out, like say in Virginia? Virginia seems to be the better bet at the moment. Absolutely. And in parts of North Carolina near the Outer Banks? Yeah, absolutely. But you go because you want to, not because something else is telling you to. You have to have an affinity for it and feel that your life and your life force is in sync with that. Not be roped by a noose or a rope or a leash or a harness. That's very important, just like with buying a house. Not because you absolutely have to have it. It's because you have an affinity, energetic syncness to it. Not being roped, there could be some entity and they're trying to lure you, said the spider to the fly, into that house. Very important distinction. Crystals, same thing. At the psychic fair, or at quartzite, where I got my channel crystal, I had an affinity for that crystal. One previous, something was trying to really pull me to one, and ended up being an insectoid presence in one of them. Big difference. Same goes with houses, same thing goes with tracts of land. We asked a friend of ours, is it military trying to rope us out this way, or is it an affinity? She said both. 50-50, and I would have to agree with that and concur with that assessment. Yes, strong military presence on the coast trying to rope us out, but at the same time there's goodness, an affinity, or a longing to be out there. So obviously there's a yield somewhere in there. That has to be investigated further of why the negativity wants it. Well, other than, wanting to abduct us repeatedly, like they did while we were out there the first time. So, yes, there's an affinity, but you have to move somewhere because you want it. It's your personal sovereign choice, not something else, or someone else. So, just remember that, folks. It is, can I put my cup down? It is 4:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay. Also, something else to add. Apparently, somebody else wanted me to keep the recorder going. It turned back on all on its own. It's weird. But what I should say is also some narrative was trying to say we were going to have fights with family members. Hasn't been any weirdness. No awkwardness, no nothing. Been free flowing with them the whole time in any of the states we were in. No problems, being around anybody. Of course, we had to limit certain conversations, of course, but yeah, like I said, boots on the ground, eyes on the ground, see what truth is actually in play and what falsities and narratives are actually in play. Yeah, no fights have ensued. Nothing at all. Now, if we would have to move suddenly from that house, we would come here. Now, if spirit is trying to brick wall you and move you, yeah, would we end up losing the place in Arizona as a rental place, and the owner somehow mysteriously, boot us out, and we would have a short time to go? Yeah, that would be a spirit thing. Or you can also say that would be a military or negative corporate or some other SSP thing as well, targeting, like to coerce the owner to do it too. So you see how both are in play here. Spirit could do it, but through the utilization of some of these other resources, since it's all conducive together, inclusive. So I wanted to make that point too. It is 4:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, some of Joanna's family, or one of her family members, is hooked on the show Outlander. If I had to recommend this, I would say avoid it. But it's basically a Harlequin romance novel on acid, but I've only seen bits and pieces of it because one of our family members watches it, has seen it 60, 70 times, the whole series through, and it's not even over yet. So, what I'm trying to say is, in the disclosure I found in it, though, is the time travel aspect, where the lady in it uses a stone, like an old Celtic stone, to time travel. And that would have been like old Tuathan technology. Like the stone technology that you hear about, the quantumly based stone technology that can open portals, or even have light stones, like lightning stones, that absorb the electricity and stay lit, kind of like a street light. It's the old stone technology. They depict that pretty accurately. But if I had to recommend it, I'd be like, run. The drama level is way the hell up here. They depict Culloden, yeah, from what I understand of the history, pretty accurately, and they alter time a little bit in it. But they took some historical liberties. But I'm not familiar completely with the Culloden history. But there's always been this fantasy out there of women about the Scottish major type of thing. It's a porn fantasy. I don't know, but I do know that they're basically catering to that, and it's basically like a Harlequin romance novel sort of thing, like the covers you see. I'm not into that, but that's what that is. And yeah, so we've been stuck kind of her watching this, but yeah, we both want to just run. But I just wanted to report that aspect. The time travel thing is true with the stones. So I will end this here. It is 6:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. There's a good example of like familial traumas. We caught at an ice cream store a little while ago. We caught part of a movie called Coco, where the family is against music because of a past family member that they thought betrayed the whole family. This is Hispanic culture. Thought betrayed the whole family, or an ancestor that did, because he went into music. And the little boy that's in it's into it, but they're trying to forbade him from doing it because they don't want him to run away like this person did. Well, in that interim, if you do that to somebody and you hold something back, this goes with food, this goes with anything, they'll want to run and go do it. Like if you deny kids sugar earlier on, which, yeah, sugar's a bad thing, they're going to get so curious about it that they're going to go and do the opposite of what you were wanting them to do, like gorge on it and become obese. But if you balance it in, you're fine. Same goes with like the traumas. The grandmother or the mother that's in it, the grandmother that's in it she's old and forgets things, but obviously somebody left her a long time ago, and the rest of the family is really mad at this person. So they're making sure the young kid doesn't make these same mistakes, but in the interim, he would if you deny, the music, or deny any of these things, So that's a familial virus in the DNA sort of thing, and it's up to that mother to end it. But the thing of it is, the kid is ending this because he goes into music and he shows the good side of everything, and he flips the vibration or inverts the vibration into a good one. So that is a good example of familial viruses in the DNA creating codexes, after you've done the shadow work for the whole lineage. Very beautiful example of that. We only saw a few minutes of it, and I got the gist of it. So I just wanted to report on that. It is 6:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I know it's a bit dark, but okay. I was working on my computer and heard them watching Outlander again. And thing about the portals is sometimes it's key coded to someone's specific DNA. And also they introduced destiny paradoxes as well. And what a destiny paradox is where, like what in the Doctor Who, where you get caught in this timeline loop, where she, in her century, Claire finds some bones that the head was lopped clean off in the Caribbean. In the other time frame, the earlier 200-year-old time frame, they go this woman that was from our time, but even further ahead, decides that or actually thinks she needs a sacrifice to open the portal up. And then Claire finds out that there was this water pool that was the portal, and when this body was found in this cave in the future. Well, she ends up killing this woman before she can kill this person she's going to sacrifice, and that is the paradox loop, where it was the cause, or it was the effect before the cause scene, or some kind of weird causality loop, that she was always caught up in that destiny loop. But anyhow, what happened also with the portals is the pools, sometimes pools are portals like you see in Pirates of the Caribbean, where they go from water can be a passage from one realm to another, or one dimension to another. And water is also, like in the games for Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, he uses water to pass from one dimension to another. He loses his physicality and goes back into the astral or spectral, one of the spectral holographic layers. So, yeah, it's that way. In Stargate, it's like water going through the Stargate, but it's really energy. And it's really matter conversion technology. With stone technology, sometimes we'll only open for certain family lines, like in Stargate SG-1 with the ancient bloodline, like Excalibur was, in that it was a piece of technology, or the Ark of Truth was key coded to a certain DNA. The ancients in the story did that so the Wraith and other enemies couldn't get a hold of their technology. It was DNA key coded for their family lineages only, and that's how it is. If we got a hold of some of that technology, that stone technology, if we were related to some of those lines that were around from the times of Atlantis or the times of the Fomorian Wars, they key-coded the stone tech in the same way. So the Fomorians and the Orions couldn't use them, just like what happened with Stonehenge. Some of them tried to utilize that, and Merlin had to bury it as a result. The real Merlin in the story, in Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis and Stargate Universe, Merlin actually was trying to fight the Ori, which was the Orions in it, and the ancients haunted him as a result, because they thought he was interfering with mankind. So he had to evade them. It's very similar in our own history, where he had to kind of dance around the galactic treaties. So very similar. But yeah. I haven't really been paying attention. I don't really care for the series. It's too soap opera-ish for my liking. But they do add some real temporal concepts in there. So, yeah. It's interesting in its own right, but I still couldn't get caught up in it. So I'm kind of avoiding it. So it's not my thing, but you would think it would be with the history and the time travel and the science fiction and all this, but no, it's too dramatic. It's too Harlequin romance novel for my liking. So it is 9/11, ironically, 9/11. That's about sums it up tonight. It's 9:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this is more of a Dreamtime invasion, and this was really weird. I was going through the dream sequence. Where I was in this I was going between Hartley House and some rickety old piece of crap, like rotted house. Well, I went through this one first and picked up this box, this metal box that was in this back room, and in it was looked like a stuffed Pinocchio doll. Now it's interesting because we're going to Disney today. We're going for the Disney Boardwalk today, so it's interesting that was in there. And I started to cry, saying, "Oh, I didn't know you had died." You know, this I was speaking a name that I'm not going to use here, of somebody I did a read for. And I'd say, "Oh, I didn't know. This person's name starts with an M." I'm not going to actually say it here since this is going to be public. This person, whenever I would read this person, it would take away from our abundance. All the reads would dry up. All money coming in would dry up. So I had to actually not read this person anymore, regardless of whatever help the person needed. And he would be fine for a little bit, and then we would suffer for it. So I had to think of us at that point. And that's very important to know, folks. If you're in a situation like that, and you're getting pulled in faster than you can pull the person out, that's too toxic. Had to do that very recently with a good friend. So anyway, ran out of this house with the metal box. It looked like an old toolbox, but it was not very big, about a foot long by about maybe 4 inches wide. Wasn't very big. 4 or 5 inches wide, something like that. With a little handle on it. Looked like something from like the 40s. Or 50s. Something like that. Or 60s. I'm not sure which one. Came out of this house basement area. Went outside into, and it was into Hartley House. And there was this guy in this black outfit that was following me around in a black wide brim hat. And we always on Hartley Street had a problem with a ghost that was from the Old West. But I purged him when we were on Fletcher. So, but this was somebody that was following me around. I couldn't see their face. And all of a sudden we were in the Hartley house in the hallway. Sorry, somebody's doing some kind of sanding or something, or grinding over here. But what happened was I looked down the hallway and there were these 2 child ghosts in my bedroom, which before that was my grandmother's bedroom. That was at the end of the hall. I ran in there, after them. My mother was sitting in her chair in the living room. The living room was as it was just before we moved from Hartley, with her and Laverne's chairs. Laverne was there, Joanna was there, my mother was there, and this guy in black was there. Ran down the hall to where these 2 kids were, and I ran in there to confront them, and then Joanna had to wake me up. And these were 2 blonde children. I want to say that these were demons because the reaction I gave when I woke up this morning, she was saying I was going, and these were blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids, 1 girl, 1 boy. The girl was taller, and the boy was shorter, but I automatically wanted to charge at them and get rid of them. So, and I went to cut their head off, and that's when, I more than likely was being snared by something. More than likely the person that was in black was more than likely the instigator. Or a guardian. It could have been either one. And what happened was, what happens in some of these dreams is you think you're in a position of power when you're really running into a snare. And they use your own strength against you. Kind of like what was said by Ragnar in a session I had one time. Use the bear's strength against it. And it's also Russell Means used that line in the movie Pathfinder Legend of the Ghost Warrior. Use the bear's strength against it. And what you do is you let it charge at you, and then you spike it, essentially. Essentially, they were doing that to me, I feel. So I was more the bear in that, or the berserker. Because I was a berserker Viking in another lifetime. Whereas I used those mushrooms to be the berserker and go around and burn down whole villages. That's kind of like what they were using against me, because they were able to loose that energy in that time frame. See, same goes for the dream time. I have to set up traps for them, not the other way around. So this is how that was. When I woke up, there was a snare going on. I had to do the Dreamtime revocation. I had to remove the jellyfish attachments, octopus attachments, and like astral parasite, like millipede attachments for my back, things for my feet, things of that nature, like what I usually have to do every morning. A curse ring from my right ring finger. I've been having to remove that every single morning for a while. That usually denotes curse or past life tie of some kind. Then what do I see instigating this? It's a big bearded, white bearded Viking that looked kind of like Mikhail. I'm gonna reserve judgment as to what, because there's a lot of imposters. I know he's gone. He had to be sent to the void dimension, or his avatar did. But something could have made themselves look like it, like a reptilian, like a dark Syrian, dark elf, mimic or demon, anything of those nature. The two that were in the dream, the blonde-haired guys, were either Orions, like Aldebaran Orions, or Fomorian or mimic or demon. So, or Draco reptilians that could shift into that. All are possible. I don't know which ones yet. Any of those could have been pegged. Even an insectoid could have possibly done it, but it would have been a little different. So I didn't detect their presence. But I detected Michael's signet. Doesn't mean that it was him. Something could have been mimicking it. But I don't doubt that there's maybe an aspect out there. I was told in my DNA I had some of his codes that allowed him to try to use me in the past. But also there was the good aspects, the warrior aspect, the defender aspect, that was still there. So that I've had to kind of set aside. That's more of a fantastical kind of thing. I've had to set some of that aside. But anyway, I wanted to make sure people knew this. And we're going out to the Disney Boardwalk today. I'll probably do a ghost box session out there. So we shall see. So I will end this here. It's 10:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, we're at the Disney Boardwalk. Not inside Disney World, but right next to it. And briefly, I'm going to do this. So, we'll check this out. Well, beforehand, I will just do the questions and then pop this on. It's quicker. So, to anything benevolent that's here, any messages of what's going on underneath and behind the scenes as to what Isaac previously said, or if Isaac himself wants to make a comment on the underbelly of Disney World.
Xbox. Scanning. FM.
President back to technology. Wow. Hey, you got you.
All right. Closing circle for Ghost Box session as of right now. Thank you. Okay, we went around Disney World today. We didn't go in. It's too damn expensive. But sometime. Maybe, maybe not. It's not really my thing. But went around to the different stores around Legoland. Saw some interesting stuff there. But on the way into the boardwalk, I left one of our Tower Busters I put in an old former candle canister and dropped it in a in a artificial pond there. I'm not going to tell you exactly where. It's just near the boardwalk. I don't want anybody finding it. It's underwater. So, yeah, it's not on the big thing itself. It's to the side somewhere before you go in into that area. So I wanted to put one in that area. And it's actually quite interesting. You know, a bit of AI, very heavy over there, like you'd expect. Given what was going on there, I did a ghost box section that you would have seen by now over there by the lake on the boardwalk. So yeah, it's quite interesting, but at the same time very dense over there. So I didn't make it long. There were a lot of people around, a lot of music playing. So I left it about a minute and a bit of recording. It'll probably be significantly less by the time I edit it. So just know that's we just got back from there, and you know it's a couple days before we leave. So we'll leave Florida. So it is 7:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Thank you. Oh, I know it's dark out here, but we saw a bit more of Outlander. Again, it's not my favorite, but I get the premises of it. Again, it's like a Harlequin novel on acid. Not that I would know, but anyway. The interesting premise was there was a Native American that he was another time traveler from different time. There's been ones from other time frames, even ones closer to ours, that appear in it. And it makes you wonder how many times people have actually gone back and made history, been part of history. Like there's a chick flick named, what was it, Kate Leopold, where you saw she sees a picture of herself in the here and now, realizes she was supposed to go back in time and be a duchess. Then, of course, you have time travelers that have gone back and altered history from Montauk and other time travel programs for the good or the bad. There's been others from other timelines that have done the same. Come back here to correct things like the White Knights and others. And you've heard me talk about that, along with some of the positive Tawathans that were hunted down by those in this time frame and enlisting humans from the past. They go hunt down like elves that didn't quite get to the other realms and stuff like that during the Fomorian Wars. Timeline manipulation. Again, that's why you see axe wounds in the heads of elongated skulled people around Stonehenge. I've said this in other recordings, but it was a mix of, you know, the Irish and other tribes, people at the time, and time travelers, like what you see in Outlander. So, but this Native American tried to warn tribes people at that time that the whites would eventually kill them. This is in the French and Indian War time frame, 1700s. And about 20 or so years after Culloden. So, yeah, and it was pre-French and Indian War. It's building up to the French and Indian War in the Americas. But what did the natives do? They some sided him, some turned on him, and then there was they were trying to trade for another person that was from the future, from the 40s. That was the husband of the daughter of one of the main two characters in it. As far as I know, she went back to as having his child, and they're now in that time frame in the 1700s, but pre-Revolutionary War, obviously, but just. But the natives also banished one of their own for helping them try to free this person. But the premise of the discussion is, you wonder how many people have gone back. You've heard me talk about this guy in Arizona that went into an old ghost town, walked into a building, and it was populated, with people. It was a saloon, and he couldn't get cell reception. He was asking the people in this saloon where could he find another gas station, etc., etc. He had gone through a portal to the past, because they were all looking at him like, and he was holding his cell phone. They were all looking at him like he was a friggin' devil worshiper. They were terrified. You know how how ancient people would have reacted to technology. Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, but it wasn't that far advanced from that time frame. But they still were seeing it as ill magic. So it shows how far people have come in one way, and how far things have detracted in another. But he heard a voice in his head telling him to back out of a door. Back out the door the same way he came in. He did, and he was back in this time. It was because the quantum pathway had to be stepped backwards through. If he had gone the other way, he probably would have stayed in that time. Sometimes it has to do with directional patterns, the way the energy was as he retraced his steps backwards. It's weird that way. You wonder how many fell through the holes that didn't hear that and stayed, got killed, or stayed and became a historical figure. So this isn't that far-fetched. And they said the stone circles were all over, even in the Americas. That's true. They found some of these Stonehenge-like stone circles in the Americas, so the writer incorporated that in. It's the same material Stonehenge was made out of, and it was a portal too, time portal. I even had visions of way back when. This is when I was a teenager, of stepping through that stone, stepping through into another time frame, doing something in the past, just like in Outlander, and also returning in a suit of armor or something from the past. I brought some information from the past, came into the stone circle, and stopped some event from happening, some kind of sacrificial, satanic thing from taking place, anti-druid thing from taking place. So, was that a parallel universe, or was that a past expression? I believe it's both. Kind of another timeline. Something that was Mandela affected in, or I was just remembering another expressional value. But the point is, many people have fallen through time holes. This is where some missing people go. It's not just abduction. Some people go through time. As you heard in a conspiracy sector episode we did on missing people, the missing 411, Isaac was talking about the time portals too. So, and then in this case, it's stone circles. And in this case, the main female character, Claire, has a stone that she found in her time inside of a skull, or with a skull, and it was the skull of that Native American man. But she had it with her, and the tribespeople were aghast to see this, and because they were remembering the other guy. They saw him as a bad omen or demonic in some fashion, so they had him killed. And the chief of that tribe put the stone with the skull. It was still there in that time, but she found it in hers, with that guy's skull. So she was seeing, again, the effect before the cause. And sometimes that's common in some of those time travel causality loops. Or you call them some things destiny paradoxes, where you get stuck in a destiny loop that begins with the effect and it goes back to the cause. Like in Doctor Who, and like in the Matt Smith era, Lake Silencio. I can't describe the whole thing, just know you saw the effect before the cause, before you saw the entirety of the event that, if changed, would have caused a huge temporal paradox. So, watch the Lake Silencio season, you'll get what I'm saying. So, very interesting how this has come about. I'm not a huge fan of the series. I couldn't watch the whole thing. It's too dramatic, but even though I'm a fan of the history involved in it, couldn't do it. No. But I get it. Just because I get something, understand something, doesn't mean I'm always a fan. But I get it, and there's a lot of disclosure there. A lot. So if you're into that really big soap opera-ish Harlequin type drama, I recommend it because of the disclosure that's in it. And again, it's not completely my cup of tea. So, and not Joanna's either. She wanted to see it, but she got her fill very quickly. So, just saying. So, now it's different from like True Blood. So, you have the Outlander fans and you have the True Blood fans. The drama in each is very vastly different. Very different from each other. It's hard to describe the True Blood side, but seeing them side by side, if you see them both, you'll get me on the Harlequin thing and on the different type of like theater type drama on the True Blood side. Both soap opera-ish type things. One's more Harlequin, one's more soap opera. But you'll get it if you see them both side by side. Probably wouldn't recommend it in the same day, though. Okay, it is 9/11, ironically said. 911, yeah, like help. 911, it's 9:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, it's actually quite interesting, again, Outlander, of what I've said in the past about some of the temporal war and Montauk and any of those things. Where I said some of the agents of Montauk went back and prevented, say, John Smith from becoming, in Jamestown, from becoming president. Or they went into Boston and caused people to get sick. I always said it was always 50% diseases from our time, future diseases, 30% murders, and 20% natural original causes. That was a scale that I came up with based on some of the observations I was seeing, and also Isaac, and then backed that up completely. Well, one of the characters from Outlander, Claire, she is trying to aid and help, kind of like Da Vinci. This is how I knew Da Vinci was an ET. He's from the world of wheels. She's trying to bring 60s science, 1969 level science, to 1740s, because it was 20 years after Culloden, and it was in the future. It was 20 years, so her and the character Jamie were experiencing 20 years simultaneously, or essentially. So she went back, and 20 years had passed. So it was kind of moved forward, kind of simultaneously or parallel to itself. Anyway, what happened was she's trying to create penicillin. She did an autopsy on one of the men, and this assistant that she needed thought she had defiled the body. And she's pulling a Da Vinci, where she's trying to teach them, colonial American or pre-American people, white people, better medicine. She's trying to forge what a doctor at the time would say, because they trust this person implicitly. So she's trying to speak as him in letters to try to forward their knowledge by like 150 years. And slow drip it in, but like what the Venusians do. But Da Vinci was also doing it. He came in. He even time traveled. I feel through that 2 years he was gone, he time traveled, learned a bunch of knowledge, came back, and then put it in print. And to avoid the church, he put it in code, Da Vinci Code. So he even put it in within his paintings, and we all know that part. And tried to warn people about the whole Jesus scam by the whole Last Supper vanishing point, where you saw that he was actually depicting a demon, meaning the church. He was trying to say they were evil, and that do worship this not. So what I see in this, there's many parallels where she's trying to create penicillin out of bread mold and food mold, and her daughter warns her. It's like, oh, you're tempting fate. You're breaking some cosmic laws or something. She goes, causality and fate be damned. I'm going to try to fix things. And even her husband, Jamie, was supposed to have died at Culloden. He's alive. So there's already a variable, a man that, like they said in Doctor Who, a man that was alive now that was not alive in the world before. There could be catastrophic effects to this. And this is what happened in Montauk when they would go back and change things. There could be catastrophic changes or minor ones. It's just like there's a story of a man that went back and killed his own grandparents before he was born. He comes back into this time, a car runs him over. It's history correcting itself. He didn't vanish like in Back to the Future, but the universe just self-corrected it. And history or time has a consciousness itself. People say it isn't real, but there is a paradox to this, where there was a being that came to me once called the Enochian Paradox. This was on Galactic Interstellar Council years ago, back in the early days. And he said he was the essence of time, but he was called Enochian Paradox, meaning time is a non-existent thing, but yet there he is. A paradox. Meaning from all the time projects, he was the consciousness that self-healed or self-corrected history. Well, I've only communicated with this being one time. He said he was a created being because of their time travel projects. It was like he was the consciousness enforcer of the healing of history and time. And it kind of makes sense. It's a paradox, but yet there it is in front of you. Just like in Doctor Who, whenever a timeline would be erased, anything that was remnants of it would be called the Neverwhere paradox, but yet there it is in front of you. Or like a bootstrap paradox, where the Doctor says this is Peter Capaldi's time frame. The other one, the Neverwhere, was Matt Smith's time frame. If you want to watch through that. Bootstrap paradox, and this is a real thing where, say, you go back to look for Beethoven, and you cannot find him. You'll go back to the village, nobody's ever heard of him, but yet you have the music, and you publish it in that time. And history goes on without a feather ruffled, as Peter Capaldi said. Man never existed, but yet there the music was, because you went back in time and made it possible. That's a bootstrap paradox. That's kind of adding some of these type of things into this show from what I can see. Again, it's not my cup of tea, but I'm loosely seeing it. But yeah, this is very similar to some of those Kabbalist wars go on, and temporal wars, where different people would try to go back and change things, like that Native American man tried to help the Indians, and she's trying to help the settlers and the colonists, and her daughter points out, how are you any different than this other guy was? It's true. And this is exactly what happens with some of these agents. The one in Jamestown was named Thomas West, and you can look that one up, folks. He was an actual historical figure, yet he was a Montauk time traveler. Can't prove that one, but he carried a silver box around with an M on it. One could think it was his name, West, with it flipped around, but they carry these silver boxes. Their agents carry these silver boxes back with them. He was from the 80s, I believe. Went back, or the late 70s or 80s, went back to Jamestown to prevent John Smith from becoming president of the United States. And it was more tailored, more towards Washington and them, forming the country their way. But he would have formed it totally different, probably more sovereign and free than we have it. That's just a supposition on my part. But again, it's fascinating, the physics behind it. But again, if you want to go see it, fine, go look at it. And if anybody wants to point something out to me that I missed, because I've only seen bits and pieces, you're more than welcome. Some form of disclosure like that. But I'm not going to watch the series. I don't have the patience. So, or the inclination at this time. Too dramatic. But some of the things are fascinating that we've seen. Her stepmother is watching through this at the moment. She's seen it 40 to 60 times, folks, and can recite the dialogue like I can for Star Trek. So everybody has their niche. Everybody has their little guilty pleasure or obsession. Star Trek is mine. Apparently Outlander is hers. So, all right, I'm leaving it there. It is 10:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Thank you.
Where you tread on this dark night, you don't know who you will run into. Creatures and creepy crawlies lurk out from every shadow. Why, I was just hiding in your closet with the other skeletons. But we let them all out for some fun.
Alright, appears I was correct in my assessment about Outlander. The opal that they carry around, they handed it to the little baby. The little baby was playing with it. The little child or grandchild that was born there. They thought he wouldn't be able to return to the future or travel because he was born there. But he holds this opal and it gets warm. They said that was a clue that people that could feel it being warm, that they could use the stone to travel, or it was a key. And that's true. Certain genetic lines, like I said before in the other recordings, certain genetic lines, certain energy types, frequency types. That sometimes the genomic frequency value is already humming at a certain rate, just like people that are born with psychic gifts, with psychic gifts can either inherit it or you can build it, and then your heirs can inherit it. You can build that in your line by building the ability and passing it down the line too. Some have genetic markers, just like in Stargate SG-1, where it was the ancient gene that activated the technology. So this is the stone technology. It's the same thing that's being presented here, which I find fascinating. Again, not a huge fan of the show, but the concepts are fascinating to me. But yeah, the daughter, the husband, and the little baby, they're going to try to go back to the future, from what I'm seeing in it, which is interesting, with the stones. And again, certain genetic lines, of course, like in the show Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe, the ancients basically key-coded their devices to their genomic sequence so that their enemies couldn't get a hold of it. And some humans that descended from it, from certain lines, that would be either, you can consider Anunnaki lines or Cabal lines, could activate it. Now, in this century, you have vaccines. Yes, I said it. That certain Cabal lines, or Cabal lines themselves, were not affected by the mRNA resequencer. People they felt were like useless eaters would be affected, and couldn't withstand the transformative effects of it, and gained heart conditions. But there are some of them that it backfired on. It's like with AIDS. They thought it would just affect what they thought were lesser races, like black people. Nope, it turned on them too. So that's their arrogance in this. That's the difference between the genetic and energetic frequency key lock of like the time travel tech in the show Outlander versus that of vaccines. Also, in Stargate SG-1, when Ben Browder's character takes hold of a sword, it's essentially a copy of Excalibur. That it's essentially a piece of technology that only a certain genetic line can pick up. That's still ancient tech, but it is essentially the same concept. The one nephew in this show wants to time travel, but the opal doesn't get hot for him because the baby, he thinks the baby's making it up, and then the daughter picks up and goes, "Oh, this is warm," and the mother picks it up. The mother picks it up and she goes, "Oh, this is warm." The grandmother picks it up, but Jamie, the man from that time, no, it doesn't work. And the same goes for the nephew, who wants to use it to time travel to go back to fix something in his own history, which they haven't tried in this at all. So anybody knows any of those outcomes, you let me know, because we're not watching the whole series. I'll be damned if I'm going to watch the whole series. I just want the clip notes on this one. So I'll leave it here. It is 7:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, October 13th, 2022. Thank you.
Okay, that was, hopefully you enjoyed those. I know a lot of them were seeing my face and seeing the ocean, and you saw how bad the hurricane winds there were in Virginia Beach, even though you saw a few of those on Facebook. The shorter little teeny ones I put on Facebook, the 15-second ones and under I put on Facebook. But you get the idea of what we ran into on the way through, where Hurricane Ian was essentially stalking us our entire trip. Even grazed us a little bit while we were in Virginia Beach.
And then, of course, true to the fashion of being on the East Coast, then Hurricane Ian, as it became a low, merged with something else, and then there was a nor'easter that also continued up the coast, starting in Virginia, and it lingered for days and days. Normally, hurricanes will run through an area, but because of what it did and how it transposed itself in the end to being, a nor'easter, it hung around for quite a while. Luckily for us, during that time, we had family we were visiting, so it's not like we were on the beach being so disappointed because that we couldn't get onto the beach. We actually were there specifically to visit family, which was something we were obviously able to do and spend time with them. And so, we're in much gratitude, to be able to do that. So most of our beaching time has been in the Outer Banks, a little bit more, rural, and we've been able to successfully be on the beach and enjoy the time that we've had there. And then again, hopefully some more time will be had as we make our way back down to Florida, non-rainy time. But at least as well, even if there's any rain that comes, we have family and people that we are visiting. So we will enjoy our time no matter what.
Yes, and you'll also see the clips of the ghost box in there. I kept each one under a few minutes at least, each time I did it, like I did with the Vegas one, at least a few of them anyway. And I've strictly adhered to a certain amount of time. They take a little bit to edit them down. You'll probably only see maybe a minute or two per each one, depending on what was in them at the time. At the time of this recording, I have not yet gone through them. So I know there's going to be something in there. I heard a lot of interesting things in those as I was listening to it on the beach. So from this point, the only one around today, I think, has been Isaac, but he's still in his pirate costume from the last recording we did. So the hell, but and yes, he wanted me to specify his Spaniard pirate costume. Okay, yeah. Well, whatever. It looks like he's from a Spanish soap opera, so that's the way he's dressed. He has like this frilly shirt on with the Spanish hat that kind of goes up back, kind of like this a little bit. But he looks kind of like a weird red-haired conquistador mixed with a pirate like actor, not like an actual pirate. I mean one like that's just playing a role on a stage or something like that. That's what that reminds me of. No, they did not all look like that. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's just the way he presents himself as he looks like a real pirate. It's just that he looks like he's doing part show part, like a performance. So let's see here. I gotta get my drink real fast here. I get my breath back here. Okay. I don't exactly know what you want to say, Isaac, but you know what? Say whatever the hell you want. I don't care. But he's like, "You'll be sorry." All right, but I know somebody else is here. I can sense more than your segment. Is it the Murr? No. I can hardly see any of you. The energy is kind of discombobulated today, but there's a bunch of different types. Now the whole vibe from all of them, it's like we're basically being supported. So no matter what happened previous to this, just know we're being supported. That's what they're saying. Who is speaking? Who is the mouthpiece here? Or is it just Isaac this time? Somebody said he's everybody's mouthpiece. Okay, that was good. Okay, that was just the way that was said. Okay, all right. Who actually said that? That was a guy who said that. Was that his brother? Was that his brother Charles that said that? Because that sounded like your brother Isaac. I think it's his brother Charles that said that. Now, to give context here for a second, Isaac is more the flamboyant, almost like flaming comic, and Charles would be more like Christopher Walken. So it's like that's just how it is the way it is between those two. For God's sakes! And he goes to add, he's also been in everyone's mouth. Okay, so. Okay, you can shut up now. Okay, let's see. No, you're not going to be the one channeling. Okay, let's see. I said, which one of you is it? Is it Charles or Isaac? You just wanted to say, okay. You haven't been around in a while either. So, okay, Isaac. I would say keep it clean, but I really don't care. Your brother already didn't. So, all right. God dang it. Well, yes, I know you'll keep it brief. Good Lord. Yes, I will keep this brief, despite my brother's jokes. The overwhelming support for this is being well presented now. Literally every benevolent being that all of you, both of you, and he himself in sessions have presented themselves are literally watching now. Yes, despite my brother's jokes, yes, did they say I should be the mouthpiece? Yes, in this. And yes, it has been recognized. Yes, well, yesterday was your two's anniversary. And today, being also an 8, also reflected both of you in the numerological sense. This was the reason for today's recording, even though this won't be seen till much later. You will start to see more numerological synchronicities when you review the footage that has been put in here, rather than now, since you have not done so yet. You'll start to see some signs and synchronicities there within. Personal stuff aside or not, it is all inclusive to an extent. This is where, I'm sorry, excuse the interruptions, the energetics are not conducive in the way he is receiving today. The mind has been, he would call it swelled, but it is more of an energetic pressure that has been placed on the brain muscle itself, so to speak. This is from multiple telepathic contacts as well as different energy variances. This is why the transmission is shaky. In the future, it is probably more advantageous to have with you when you travel some sort of edifice by which transmissions can flow more easily, even if it is something small that is meant for a focal point. Even though you have Tower Buster present in the room, something with like an interface value to it, even if it is a small statue that is of your making or what have you, that represents the arc between yourselves here and the arc you built at home. I can take questions now.
So Isaac's, sailing into uncharted but familiar waters. So again, we do the lifting show, not to just share with everyone, again, in this instance, the clippets and the interesting things that have been run into. But when we take the title of the whole, what does that make you want to talk about?
Yes, so sailing into uncharted but familiar waters. Uncharted would be some of the energetic areas you two are going into, not only in business but energetics as well. Areas of that talk and speech, and also instruction, such as your upcoming stuff on your websites that will be of value. Yet familiar because you are coming back home to roost, let's say, to be around family and to be around familiarities in these areas. Yet the energy is slightly different, but yet more conducive to how you two wish to live. You're already, despite anything you may have run into recently, you're more recharged on a cellular level than you were in Arizona. You see, I'm not trying to influence any decision making. It is the ocean ions that are responsible for some of this. And his theory is correct about the iodine as well, where it goes into the cells the closer you are to these particular ions. This is why he has not experienced a shortage in that area. Your health in that area, not that they were in any bad way before, mind you, it would be both mental and physically better towards a body of water. This is what you are experiencing out here. This is more the soul, soul familiarity. You see, you have a soul familiarity to this coastline because you both had a multitude of past lives along the eastern seaboard, either together or separately. And it went back not hundreds of years, but thousands of years as well, not just including the Atlantean period. This also includes the uncharted waters going into breaking glass ceilings in information, as you've been doing. Continue to do so with that, regardless of who falls away, regardless of the reaction of the people. And yes, even though you said this off recording, the balance of information is necessary. Very, very detailed as you've gotten with the negative entities. For instance, very, very interesting, very, very, very lucrative, very, very educational. You can add in the positive aspects back into this. This would be, you've already gone into uncharted waters, but merging the two back together to also make it function easier for others. This is also uncharted waters, but people on a soul level will find it more familiar than what they are used to.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that because I think, again, that's our goal, to present the whole pie. There was so much to talk about that really was never being talked about, that I think we were heavily vested in trying to get out as much information as possible. But now I think with the energies as they are, with the challenges that are out there that people are facing on a day-to-day basis in a multitude of areas, that, it is important that joy and balance and being prepared if a negative situation should arise. But the goal is to be happy and fulfilled in your life, no matter what the totality of the situation is that you're surrounded by. And we want to definitely bring that through as well, with the balancing of the information out. I'm always, I actually have always been an optimist about all of this. It could come down to it's always negative, but really there's great optimism there because people are seeing what's going on in front of them. People are finding their passion of being willing to stand up and say no in certain areas. I have to tell you an example that I saw this morning. I was so proud of this woman. I didn't know what to do. Basically, the story is, and don't ask me the specifics. I'm going to give a generalized paintbrush stroke. That for some reason, and I believe it was an elementary school, at the end of the school year, that a I'm going to say maybe it was a transgender or whatever, but somebody was on stage in front of all of these children dressed in something you should see in a strip club and was doing their little dance or whatever. And anybody should think this is not appropriate to be done in front of children. This is not appropriate. This sexualization, this whatever is not appropriate in this thing. So one of the mothers who was there actually wore that same outfit, and she was mortified to do it because she knew it was so inappropriate to wear, but she wore it to a school board meeting, pranced herself up there as the school board was telling her that she was dressed inappropriately and she should not be, and she needs to go put clothes on. And she reminded them that this is exactly what was shown to her children, right, on stage at the end of the year that they supported. Why are they supporting this freedom of expression with this gentleman? And now you're saying the exact same outfit worn on her is inappropriate, should not be, whatever. And she was pointing out and making them very uncomfortable with the obvious information. The reason I bring that out is because she stepped way out of her comfort zone. She would have never done that if she didn't feel there wasn't value in the point of standing up and saying, no, this is not okay. I don't know how you thought it was okay here. You're telling me it's not okay now, but you let it happen over here. I was so proud of this woman for stepping out of her comfort zone to make that point. And again, I have a feeling that for her, she was sailing into uncharted waters as well by being her genuine, authentic self. How do I express myself in a way to say, this is not okay to be doing to the children? This is not okay. You know, it's okay with me, not okay with me standing in front of you. Why was it okay then? So it's an interesting dynamic. So I applaud now because I feel a lot of people are working on saying, this is the type of world I don't want to live in. This is the type of world I do want to live in. And I'm going to stand up and be my genuine and authentic self. And I am going to be heard, you know, in order to try and demonstrate, you know, and put forth my energies in a way that I feel is positive, changing some of the dynamics going around. So it can be done in little ways. This was a little bit more dramatic way, but I just applaud this woman. So there, again, people are having to step out of their comfort zone, but within it to feel good about themselves. So no matter how horrified she was to do this, in the end, you knew she felt good about standing up and making a point about something that she felt was wrong that happened. So I think more and more people are, some people would say it's fed up enough, but for more and more people, they're willing now to go out on that limb. Their soul is saying, you can't just stand by and do nothing.
Yes, indeed. This was actually very courageous and it was the correct choice of actions because that comparison needed to be shown for some of those sleeping people, let's just say, to wake up some of them. Not all of them did, some did. Some were able to see the comparison, some were not. Some were mortified by one, and some were not by the other. This is also where the battle lines have been drawn. He compares this to, to when he heard he was in a restaurant with his grandmother, and he heard a song on the radio that was playing in an overhead speaker in a restaurant. The same song was being played on someone's cell phone, and an old lady piped up and told the person with the cell phone to shut the shit off when it was the exact same song. What was theorized in his sound editing class was that it was a decoding of the sound frequencies, that it didn't hit her ear the same from one medium to the other. This is exactly what is going on with the energetics, is the exact same concept in physics, where this woman was able to get through to some, not to others, because it was a frequency value some had an affinity with and some had a repulsion with. It made her uncomfortable because it was a point of growth, and she knew it was a courageous point that needed to be made. It made everyone uncomfortable, but not everyone found it as a point of growth. You will see that more and more as time goes on. Now, did some get the point that day? Yes, they did. Unfortunately, I cannot say that it is 50-50. It was more like only 20% of them got it, but that was all that was needed to go into more uncharted waters and more uncharted waters and expand from there. This is exactly how you're going to see this stair step.
And it is interesting because something else happened to Chris and I when we were walking outside the store. It just so happened the songs that were playing, Casey Kasem, that sounded like who was speaking, and he was doing a countdown, a song countdown for those that remember him. And as we were walking out the door, I don't know why I want to say Chuck Berry, but the song, which usually brings joy to a lot of people's face, was my ding-a-ling, your ding-a-ling, everybody loves my ding-a-ling-a-ling, right? Do you guys remember that song? And I don't know how long ago. And we were chuckling, of course, because it was a song. Everybody loved that song. Everybody loved singing that song. No one thought of offending anyone with that song. And Chris, just as we were laughing, then we were walking to the car, he was like, I wonder if they could actually play that song on the radio again, because it was being played in the store, just, whatever. But could that song actually be played with, the innocence and the fun that, that it was before, that everyone again took their little sexual innuendo or whatever was going on with that. Mm-hmm. And it was fun and innocent and it makes you laugh. But could that actually be done as a generalization as it was done before? And it saddens me to think, but again, you want to laugh about it. So I will say truth to you, Isaac, that probably now more important than ever is the concept of just innocent humor. And, just being able to look even at some of the stuff, which we're big into calling things the theater of puppets and different things like that. And just looking at the ridiculousness of some of it and laughing about it, because laughter is such a great neutralizer to some of these energies. Mm-hmm. And so, you have to find that balance, again, of not being so serious and tearing apart everything. But yeah, it was one of those moments that we were just, laughing and thought it was great. Loved to hear it again. But could that actually go out on the national airwaves again at this current present moment? I don't know.
No, actually, it could not. And there was a reason that played, because it was making people laugh. This is why it was done to begin with. But as you two were walking and experiencing certain mental things, let's just say, or certain mental emotional waves, there's a reason that played, you say, knowing that would make you laugh. I cannot take credit for this, mind you. Others would blame me for it. But this particular song could not go out on the airwaves again the way it did originally because of the fact that others would find offense and do find offense to it even now. Let's just say the snowflakes or the tit babies of the world would find it offensive. It's meant to be humorous, yet also some people would see it as an offensive sexual innuendo. So it would not be received the same way as it did when it was created. You are correct.
Which is a shame. So again, we encourage people to get back to also the balance of understanding all of this information, but bringing back just some of and not being ashamed of bringing back just some of the innocent, laughter and innocence of, something that you find funny or humorous, and being okay, with that as well. Not because, at times I think we could be guilty of being too serious, being too, especially with a lot of the information that we were bringing in. It was serious and it was a big deal. But now to also find the balance in all of this and to find, okay, now that we know all this, where's the balance of being able to be in as much joy as, needed, in as much seriousness when it is needed, with all the appropriate emotions all over the place. So I think that's going to be part of our goal as we traverse some of the information that we're going to be traversing, is how do we do it in a way that, inspires people, to give people things to think about, and with less fear, but more prepared, and still being able to find the balance of joy and life. So that's very important to us. And so you do have to be willing to not be so cookie cutter stagnant in life anymore. You need to be able to maneuver within it and again, and understand that there's going to be all kinds of different moments. And that is kind of what life is about, as well as especially now for people to decide what do they want out of life's experience as a whole. Do they want to experience, certain governmental agencies that are very overbearing to the point where it is oppression in your face, or not? And then what are you going to do to help rectify that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, laughter right now is very, very important. Like my name etymology says, Isaac, he who laughs. This actually applies to the current situation. Hence, why you even brought up the whole ding-a-ling situation. So this, yes, I know, Charles, this sounds creepy the way I said it. That was intended. So this, so is your ding-a-ling. So there you go. But he would, his humor is more dry than me. He sees some of my antics as inappropriate, and as are some of his, but he has never mentioned most of his. He is not as transparent as I have been. But in this, yes, humor is extremely important right now, as is truth. And both of you are emanating both. The lack of support that you two have said that others have said that you have right now is not true. I will say that with the utmost confidence. What has been said in that particular area, you have the eye and the focus and the ear of true benevolence. This is a certainty, and this is who is watching right now in this. So yes, this is actually what needed to be said. Continuing on from this, I really should detach because of his receptivity. But this has been an interesting conversation. Do you have further questions?
No. If you feel you need to, go ahead and detach. Any last words from you and then go.
Yes, even though it was not me that made that song play today, there are others that have a similar sense of humor that that actually are responsible for making that play today in your presence and timing that. So it is actually that point of humor, knowing it would make you to laugh in a time of a lull, let's just say. And that goes for everybody. You'll start to hear some of these funnier synchronicities. Listen for them. Don't listen just watch for number codings. Listen for the humor and synchronicity and messages from spirit. So true benevolent spirit, that is. So thank you. That dog was also being a little distracting too, but you hear a dog barking in the background. But
we are in a pet-friendly environment.
Yeah, pet-friendly environment. For God's sakes, Charles says he goes, Isaac knows all too well about his own dingling. Okay, right, good. Those two are always bashing each other, but he does it. Charles is like deadpan, like this, and Isaac is like this. So it's like the odd couple, but it's hilarious when the two are there. I didn't even expect Charles to approach that. Where he's based is in Wales at the moment. So and if you saw Charles, he has an extremely long red hair, and he has the old like poets like shirt on and everything. He does like dramatic prose, but he does it like the deadpan, like a Christopher Walken character. So that's funny, but also he has more Tuathan DNA, so he has the pointed ears like an elf, and Isaac has more of the bobbed ears. So they both have Tuathan genome in them, but he has two more brothers too. But Mirren is another one and I haven't met. And Alan is another one, but Alan they don't talk about much. But yeah, that's those are the two that are here. Plus Who else is here? I'll name a couple of them if I can see them properly here. Elena, that's it. Yes, I see you. Beulah. Somebody in white. I can't. Somebody in a white jumpsuit. I can't discern that one. Baron Deer, yes. There's Serranans, yes. Mosin soldiers. Myrrh. Okay. And some Pleiadian groups, Mayan. Is that Kachanok out there and his crew? They're here, yeah. Okay. All right. That's all I can see at the moment. But it's hard to distinguish them, but yeah, that's who I was able to get. So I don't know if there's much more we can add to this today, but did you have affirmation blessing to end this off?
Sure. Blessings, much love being sent to your way, not only by us, but the benevolence that is also behind us and around us, sending these energies all your way. Always, always wanting your highest good, benevolence for your highest good. That is what we really wish to send your way now. Please, it is hard at times to feel that you are so unsupported, but that is not true. Although I understand, Chris understands what it's like to feel that every now and then. So we send great love and great blessings to everyone out there. As we expand and explore more, we obviously appreciate you joining us and wanting to hear some of the things that we bring through. And we hope to bring through so much more that you find very, very interesting to think about as we explore this life that we're in together. So thank you so much. And we will be seeing you later.
Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. I'm adding this video to the end of our trip videos to confirm that we are moving to the East Coast. And, you know, my mother and my stepfather Laverne are coming with us. I won't say on the video where we're moving to because we don't know as of the time of this recording. I am going to make our address scarcer because we've had some creepies do things. So, and as well as I do want to say that coming out to Arizona, yeah, were we lied to by many beings? Was there a safety factor out there originally pre-COVID? You know, I explained some things in other videos I'm not going to put on here. That's more for our subscription, but that's more the 2020 stuff that was predicted by me. I knew they were up to something in North Carolina, but that's all I'm going to say. Since this is a YouTube thing. But were we lied to come out? Did my mother and stepfather, were they lied to by certain beings like Michael and them to get them to come out saying that Arizona was going to be a spiritual mecca, all this other stuff, and we were going to join in on that, on the fun in that community and be able to interact with like the native groups and all this other stuff. Yeah, and we tried. Me and Joanna tried, and my mother and Laverne tried, and we were rejected each time. And we tried getting into all of that, and it wasn't like it was in the 90s when my mother and her friend came. Not even close. That was more like the mystical time, or the 90s in Sedona, and we were going to try for Sedona, but it was too expensive. And the native groups here, you know, didn't care for me much. We tried to get a hold of them, and that's just where we lied to overall coming in to Arizona. Yes, did we resolve some karmic issues from our own past lives and everything? Absolutely so. I had Nelson Miles, which he captured Geronimo, sent him to Florida, and Geronimo died in, I believe, Oklahoma. So, and at first I thought Florida was a trap because I was sensing it from Nelson Miles' perspective that he was laying a trap for Geronimo. Now, from what I see, it seemed to be fine when I was there. It was just a past life thing, as far as I'm concerned at this moment that I'm recording this. But do I see the Southwest as at least home some of the time? Yeah, I have an affinity for native art. I have affinity for the Southwest, Sedona, the Red Rocks, all of it, and I always will. And even when I hear music about it on, like it was on our Echo Dot, where there was a musician talking about the people under the Santo de Cristo Mountains, all this other stuff. Yeah, it's great. But at the same time, I also have an affinity for nautical and East Coast and ocean. And Laverne's never been to the ocean. My mother has. She was in Baltimore years ago and didn't really care for that, but she got a bad first impression of the Atlantic coast. So she's been to the Pacific, been to Hawaii, had an affinity for Lemuria, and Lemurian descended lineage like Hawaii and all that, and Mu, all that, Polynesian. Okay, all of that stuff. And some native, but more Hawaiian. And that's still Lemurian. And Arizona is still Lemuria as well. But it is time for us to move on. And normally I would have waited to edit this episode until we got there and I concluded it that way. We'll make something else out there. But this has to go up now. So by the time you're seeing this, we recorded some of it. We recorded all of it out there. And it just took me a long time to edit it. But I want to say at the end of this that we are indeed going there. And I am sorry to those, though, that I, thought that this would be a spiritual mecca. I thought, having, my family, everybody down here, we would also have, we would find our way to that, or it would find our way to us. Joanne and I were lied to by the blonde-haired idiot, basically saying we would get a shop in Cottonwood out here. We were going to live in Cottonwood, and we were going to form a big business and get in good with the shops out here. It's been the exact opposite of that. We were almost like a pariah in this area. We would not. Nobody would listen to us if we were trying to sell our product to the shops. There was in one instance where one of the shop cashiers was fired because she interacted with us. I know this was targeting. I know it. And I know as I said in Interstellar Council some months back, that one of the other shop owners that also owned that one was also possibly a watcher of some kind, handler, or somebody that was punishing her for interacting with us, this cashier, and trying to get under my goat, which, you're not going to. It pissed me off, but still. But there was another incident where we tried going to a shop and promoting our material. We started talking about the Dreamtime revocation and everything, and this woman's sphincter tightened up, locked down tighter than Fort Knox. So that's how it was a few years back. We've never, ever been able to get in good with that community, except with the psychic fair community. And I'm kind of sad to see that go. I'm sad to see that go. But we'll make our way. But yeah, Virginia Beach, it seemed easier to me by the ocean to do what I do. I was telling people in a session even today, as the day I was recording this very thing. And, it's going to get better from this point. But I know as of this time as recording, Arizona is kind of decaying politically and all this other stuff. That's a different recording altogether. And do we have an affinity of where we're going? Yes. Could there be a roping to, could military be wanting us near that place? I could say so, kind of. We were told kind of 50-50 affinity and roping, but the thing of it is, that's what happened when we were out here. The military out here wanted to get a hold of us, and we were roped. But we also resolved past life karmic issues in this state just by walking the grounds. We could have visited it, done that, mind you, but still, it is what it is. But going out there, this faction would be stupid to do anything to us out there, because that faction out there, that military faction, holds dominance. So I just wanted to say that's the one that's one of the other factions out there is the one that battles the Myrmidon, but there are other decent ones out there too. So I want to say that. So I wanted to put that out there with us moving. So I'll report further the more that I know, And if there are any military factions that do come in contact with us out there, I do ask that this be benevolent. And even though we encountered one at her house there, they did wipe our memory, but I did remember eventually seeing them looking out the window in her bathroom, seeing them a street light in her backyard where they walked past, and went into the kitchen, and there were 8 of them standing there. And then my memory was wiped out. They left evidence outside. They had also looked through the wall with the green looking glasses through the walls, kind of like in the movie Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger with that gun where he was looking through the walls with. It's very similar. And they left marks from the big tripod on the lawn, and also where they scraped it across the concrete. They even looked through our fire pit to see what we had been burning there. They were pretty thorough, but I still got the memories back. Joanna may not have it completely, but I did. But I'm asking that if that faction hears this, we just want peace, and we want true benevolence around us. Those guys didn't really rough us up at all, but they did wipe the memory. It did come back. It always does, at least for myself. That's how it is with me. So that's all I'm saying is true benevolent source creator, protect the integrity of our move, and true benevolent source creator, make sure that we have nothing but peace. And I am manifesting the same, and I know Joanna, my mother, and Laverne are as well. So I'll leave it here. And we also utilize the law of one quite often. I have that posted on our site. So use that when you're doing blessings. Works every time. So it's on the Awards, Revocations, and Audits PDF on thelifting.net. So it is 7:42 p.m. Arizona Standard Time, Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022. Thank you.